Good morning, everyone. It is 9 o'clock. Welcome back to this water rights change petition hearing for the California Waterfix project. I am Tam Dodek. With me here today are to my right, Board Chair Felicia Marcus. I expect we will be joined shortly by Board Member Didi Diadamo. To my left are Dana Heinrich, Diane Riddle, and Kyle Oceandesco. We're also being assisted by Mr. Baker today, and I expect Ms. McHugh later today. Go Cubs. You're very fortunate because you now have a hearing officer who's in a very good mood today. But we'll see how long it lasts. With that, 3 general announcements. First of all, please identify the exit closest to you. In the event that an alarm sounds, please use the stairs, not the elevator, to go down to the first floor, and we will regroup in the park across the street to wait for the all clear signal. If you're not able to use the stairs, please flag one of us and you will be directed into a protective area. Secondly, as always, this hearing is being recorded and webcasted, so please speak into the microphone and begin by stating your name and affiliation. Our court reporter is here with us today, and please make arrangements with her if you would like the transcript earlier than the end of Part 1B, which is when we will be posting it on our website. And finally, and most importantly, my good mood notwithstanding, please take a moment and put all noise-making devices on silent, vibrate, do not disturb. Okay, let's do a bit of housekeeping before we get started with EB Mudd. Conclusion of their case in chief. Mr. Alajam, I think you are here and everyone else has received the email from the hearing team yesterday. While I certainly do not appreciate late requests such as the one that you submitted, I do and we do support and encourage continued dialogues with hopefully productive results in terms of settlement discussions. So as you know by now, your requests have been granted. I do see Mr. Emmerich standing here because I do have a question for him. Mr. Lodgem, did you have anything to add?
Chair Dodek, David Olajim, Downey Brand. The City of Brentwood is very appreciative of the Chair's ruling, and we will endeavor to make the best use of the additional time.
Thank you. Mr. Emmerich, your request, I wasn't sure if the delay request was only applicable to Dr. Paulson's testimony or to the entirety of the City of Antioch's case in chief?
It should be to the entirety of Antioch's case in chief. I left Mr. Bernal off because we hadn't scheduled a date yet for him to testify. So
All
that's
right.
why I only had Dr. Paulson on there.
Then we will do that.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Herrick, a question before we run down the schedule for the rest of today and tomorrow?
Yes, thank you. John Herrick for South Delta Water Agency and other parties. Given all the confusion with the schedule, nobody's fault, I'm not blaming anybody. My preference, and it's up to the board obviously, but I think it would be helpful for us and for the state, for the cross-examiners, just to say, South Delta parties be here the 10th at 9 a.m. to go. Now, we've told you we're available tomorrow afternoon, or if we hadn't, but I wouldn't want to get into the middle of our technical panel on Friday at 3:15, and put on an hour and a half of something, and then people stand up, so we have the beginning of somebody's cross that ends at 5:01 or something. So that's my preference. I'm not trying to change anything, but it would be better for our witnesses, for me, and I think for even the cross-examiners to say, you are the 10th at 9 a.m.
Okay, you
Thank
beat
you very
me to it. So let's take a moment now and walk through, at least try to, estimate the order of presentation for today, tomorrow, and next Thursday, right? So today we have E.B. Mudd. Thank you for coming back.
Thank you. You're welcome.
How long do you anticipate needing for your direct, given that you've already presented part of your direct, and this is a one-witness panel? I'm expecting you to stay within the 20-minute limit?
I have a very brief opening statement. I think I can complete that in under 5 minutes, and the witness's testimony today should take approximately 20 minutes. I think together, my opening and his testimony can be completed in under 30 minutes.
All right. Let me get an estimate about cross-examination for E.B. Mudd. Mr. Mizell, we'll start with you. Who all intends to cross-examine E.B. Mudd? If you could come up and give me just a quick time estimate.
Good morning, Trip Mizell, DWR. We would anticipate about an hour.
Okay. Ms. Morris?
Stephanie Morris, State Water Contractors. I wouldn't think more than 20 minutes.
Okay. And Mr. Herrick?
John Herrick, South Delta parties, no more than 10 minutes, just a brief cross.
Okay. And we did commit to SAC Regional that they don't have to begin until 1 o'clock, so we'll definitely finish up with E.B. Mudd this morning. And then at 1 o'clock, we will start with SAC Regional. Again, they are a one panel, one group, so I'm expecting them to stay within the 20-minute for direct. What is the estimated cross-examination for SAC Regional?
Trip Mizell, DWR. We anticipate no more than 20 minutes, although it may be shorter.
Okay. Anyone else for cross-exam of SAC Regional right now? Mr. Herrick? You're covering all your bases, huh?
I'm sorry, yeah, just maybe one or two questions, so 5 minutes
All right.
at the most.
So, Ms. Meserve, we will definitely get to your panel one later today. I expect we will spend the rest of today on your panel one. I'm trying to get an estimate as to whether we could finish. If you could come up to the microphone, we might get through both of your panels by the end of tomorrow. And I'm looking at Mr. Mizell. Don't sit down yet, because I'm going to be asking you about cross-examination. Ms. Meserve.
Yes, OSHA Meserve for Land et al. Yes, we're prepared to go at 1 o'clock or after 1, it sounds like, and then we're prepared for panel number 2 in our lineup for 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Okay. And for each of your panel, how much time are you estimating for direct, recognizing that there are a combination of several groups?
Yes, what we had put in our amended NOI, we had requested 2 hours direct for the first panel on salinity. We had requested 1 hour and 23 minutes, I believe, for the second panel on the physical injuries and groundwater injuries. And then we had requested, I believe, 1 hour and 15 minutes for the San Joaquin County-led harmful algal bloom panel.
Okay.
And then we will have brief opening statements that are not included within that time as well.
All right. Mr. Mizell, your estimated at this time cross-examination of these panels?
Yeah, Trip Mizell, DWR. I would anticipate at least 2 hours as our request for panel 1. Panel 2, I think we would be within the first hour, and panel 3, I would estimate somewhere between those two, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours at the most.
Okay. Ms. Morris?
I would estimate at this time half an hour on panel 1, 10 minutes to nothing on panel 2, and half an hour on panel 3.
Mr. Herrick?
John Herrick, South Delta Parties, maybe up to a half hour on panel 1, and then maybe 10 minutes on the other panels at most.
Thank you. I think it's fair to say that I can give you, Mr. Herrick, the commitment of starting your panel on Thursday, the 10th.
That's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Ms. Dudek, just wanted to alert you.
I'm sorry, you need to identify yourself?
Yes, Hans Peter Walter for the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. For the panel we just talked about, I anticipate perhaps an hour. I'll try to avoid any duplication there may be, but just as a placeholder, an hour, maybe a little more, maybe a little less.
Okay. All right. I received a note from Mr. Brodsky that he's not available today, but will be here tomorrow. So we will spend a bit of time at the beginning of tomorrow to discuss scheduling for the following weeks. But I see some people setting up right now, so why don't you go ahead and come up and ask your questions or make your requests.
Trent Orr for Restore the Delta.
Is your microphone on?
Is it working? It looks like it's on. I can't.
Okay.
Trent Orr for Restore the Delta, and with me are Yana Garcia and Barbara Berrigan-Perea. We came because at the end of Friday's session, you had said sometime this week, so we came on Thursday. So if we could talk,
Let's talk now.
Address the scheduling.
Okay.
Our concern, or Restore to the Delta's concern, is that we would like to put on all 5 of our witnesses consecutively, and because of scheduling times, the best time that would work would be any 2 sequential days, January 5th or 6th, or 10 through 13. Any 2 days in that set of 5 days would work. Otherwise, we run into problems with one or the other of the witnesses, and since all of the case they're all woven together, the testimony of the various witnesses, it would make sense, or we would, greatly prefer to be able to present them all as a group. So.
I appreciate your desire to present them as a group, and certainly we'll take that request into consideration. However, I can't guarantee at this time, simply because I don't know with the pacing of the presentations of cases in chief, whether or when we might get to you. So what I would like to do is take your request under consideration, but as we proceed, and given the schedule of which we are proceeding, it's very likely that we may get to you as early as December. And so depending on who remains and how we can shuffle the schedule around without avoiding a lot of dead time on the calendar, we will try to do our best, but it might be that we will get to you earlier than January.
If that is the case, we would also be available for the 8th and 9th of December. The problem is that those are the only 2 days that one of our witnesses would be available then. And so we would have to be absolutely sure that she could get on and off in those days, or she's not going to be available again until January. So.
All right.
And we've submitted all this, I believe, in filings, but that's, again, the short version.
It's always good to be here and tell me in person.
Right, and we would, if things develop to a point where you need more information from us or things have changed, let us know and we'll come back.
Thank you. And as you can tell by now from hopefully you're listening to the webcast, we're trying to do real-time management of the hearing here. So every day, at least once, if not twice, we'll be checking in as things progress to look at the schedule for the upcoming 2-3 days or so and try our best to try to move things along, yet still be as accommodating as possible, but not obviously to impact at least too much on the other parties as well.
Yeah, no, I see you often on my computer screen.
Yes, I was recognized recently at REI. It surprised the heck out of me.
Yeah, well, San Francisco is not right down the street, so but
All
thank
right.
you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for coming, and thank you for making that request. It's noted. Ms. Morris?
Yes, thank you. I have a question about some submittals that were submitted by the land panels on Monday as erratas. And I was wondering if you would like me to address that now or at 1 p.m. before their panel starts.
What are your,
Objections to basically new testimony, new
let's wait
PowerPoints.
until
Okay.
they come up then.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other scheduling or other questions before we get to the long-waiting EB Mud panel? All right. Seeing not, I will turn it over to you, Mr. Etheridge.
Thank you, and good morning. Hearing Officer Dodek, Co-Hearing Officer Marcus, Board Member Diadamo, and State Board staff. I just want to say as an initial comment, I'm impressed by the size of the crowd today, given the length of that World Series game last night. We're lucky we're on the West Coast. If we're on the East Coast, that would have ended after 1 a.m. So, my name is Fred Etheridge. And to my left is Shonda Grady. She'll be assisting me today. I have a brief opening statement to make on behalf of the East Bay Municipal Utility District. For the court reporter's benefit, I want to note that we may refer to East Bay MUD or EB MUD, and that's the acronym for the East Bay Municipal Utility District. I'm here today to put on the last of EB MUD's Part 1B witnesses, Mr. Xavier Arias. He is East Bay MUD's Director of Engineering and Construction. His testimony will summarize East Bay MUD's existing McCallamy Aqueduct system, noting that the first of those aqueducts was constructed in 1929 to convey water diverted under East Bay MUD's McCallamy River water rights to its East Bay service area. On a long-term basis, approximately 90%, virtually all, of East Bay MUD's water supply is conveyed via the McCallamy aqueducts, making them the vital supply link to East Bay MUD's service area, its residents and businesses. You will see from the testimony of Mr. Arias that the alignment for the petitioner's proposed twin tunnels would cross directly underneath both the existing McCallamy aqueducts and East Bay MUD's proposed Delta tunnel. He will show how the proposed twin tunnels could injure East Bay MUD by impacting the McCallamy aqueducts and East Bay MUD's proposed Delta tunnel. His testimony describes 12 categories of impacts and includes a set of proposed conditions to address them, as the State Water Board requested protesters to do here. We note that in your February 11th, 2016 pre-hearing conference ruling, the board encouraged parties to propose specific permit conditions as part of their cases. And consistent with that direction, Mr. Arias' testimony contains proposed conditions to address the Waterfix impacts. That concludes my opening statement. I believe he needs to take the oath.
Yes, he does. Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, please answer, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Thank you. You may begin, Mr. Etheridge.
Thank you. Mr. Arias, please state and spell your name for the court reporter.
Please move the microphone closer to you. And make sure it's on.
Now it's on. Okay, thank you. So that's spelled Xavier, last name is Irias.
Have you taken the oath today?
Yes, I have.
I'm going to ask you to authenticate a series of exhibits. Is East Bay MUD Exhibit 128 an accurate statement of your qualifications?
It is.
Is East Bay MUD Exhibit 102 a true and correct copy of your testimony summary for this hearing?
It is.
Is East Bay MUD Exhibit 153 a true and correct copy of your written testimony for this hearing?
It is.
Is East Bay MUD Exhibit 177 a true and correct copy of East Bay MUD Summary Report on Strategy for Protecting the McCallamy Aqueducts in the Delta?
Yes, it is.
And is East Bay MUD Exhibit 178 a true and correct copy of East Bay MUD's Delta Tunnel conceptual design?
It is.
Thank you. Could you please summarize your testimony for the board?
Again, my name is Xavier Arias. I'm the Director of Engineering for East Bay MUD. And my testimony today will cover three areas. essentially describing the injury of the petitioner's proposed twin tunnel project to our McKellamie aqueducts and injury to our proposed Delta tunnel, which would go underneath our aqueducts more or less, and injury to our use of water under our water rights permits. So I'll start by describing the McKellamie aqueducts a little bit. The McKellamie River supplies 90% of the water that we provide to our customers. And we first obtained the water rights in 1926. And the picture here is, it shows 3 aqueducts, the first of which, the smallest one, which is riveted steel in the center, was constructed in 1929. And again, those 3 aqueducts are the main lifeline to 1.4 million customers in the Bay Area that rely on those aqueducts to remain in service continuously. This shows kind of the plan view. Those aqueducts run 90 miles. You can see Pardee Reservoir over in the east, and our service area is over in the west. So it traverses a lot of area, and I'm going to zoom in on the next slide to the area of concern right now, which is the Delta region. So this shows those aqueducts, and you can see some familiar landmarks there, like I-5 on the right, and Highway 4 kind of running west to east. And Bixler is generally considered to be the western extent of the Delta. So there's a cross-section on this slide that shows what those aqueducts look like, very much like the photo I showed. The photo doesn't show how deep below the ground surface those aqueducts are supported, but because of the soils in the area, the supports have to be very deep. So those pipelines are elevated, and as shown in the picture, and I'll show a little more detail on the next slide, those pile depths run as deep as about 72 feet below sea level in order to keep those aqueducts stable in such poor soil conditions. This is a photo showing a little bit more about what those support structures are like. The support structures are spaced at approximately 60-foot intervals, and you can see they have concrete caps, but then the piles themselves, so those are the things that run at sometimes about 60 feet deep below this pile cap. And they're made of a variety of materials. Some of them are wood, some are concrete, et cetera. This is another view, and it gives you a sense of scale if you see those 2 people walking next to them. These are large pipes, and again, the typical interval is about 60 feet between supports. The aqueducts that I showed you, being below sea level, they are vulnerable to levee failure. This is one of the hazards that our aqueducts are exposed to, is if a levee fails, it can cause inundation of those aqueducts. Again, this is what they look like in the dry. When an event like this occurs, this is one of the more significant flooding events. In 2004, a levee gave way that protects the Upper Jones Tract, and the result was the flood shown here. And this shows what it did to those aqueducts. And for comparison, again, I'll flip back to what they look like when they're dry. So we had quite a bit of water. The aqueducts, of course, not only are they not designed for submerged surface, but this was also a close call, given that when water rushes in like that, the sheer quantity of water, scour is always a concern. So even though those piles that support the aqueducts are very deep, scour could threaten them, and if those piles were damaged, then we could potentially lose one or more of the aqueducts. So events like this are a real concern for East Bay Mud, given, again, how vital these aqueducts are, the main supply of water for 1.4 million people. So the 2004 flood that I'm showing here was really a catalyst for East Bay Mud to take another look at risks in this Delta region because of the fragile levee system, and look at what we could do to improve our long-term water supply security. So we launched a study the following year in 2005, and we looked at all the hazards to our aqueduct system, and the findings that we had were memorialized in this report, the 2007 report entitled Strategy for Protecting the McKellamie Aqueducts in the Delta. And it's one of our exhibits. So that report, it calls for a series of measures, short-term measures as well as long-term measures. The short-term measures included things like, let's put in some interconnections among those 3 aqueducts. It recommended putting in interconnections both on the west side and on the east side so that if we were to lose one of the aqueducts or even two of the aqueducts across the delta, the surviving aqueduct or aqueducts would be able to be potentially used and provide more overall flow than if we didn't have the interconnects. So that was the most urgent work that was recommended. And that work, by the way, was completed. So it took a series of design and construction. That work was completed in the last few years. It also recommended that we look at long-term measures. In the long term, after evaluating, I think, about 16 different alternatives, the report said the best thing we could do in the long term to protect that water supply is tunnel across the delta. Rather than have pipes up on supports like that, if we could tunnel with a fairly deep tunnel, then we wouldn't be exposed to those hazards posed by the fragile levee system. So the proposed Delta Tunnel plan has also been moving forward. The conceptual design for that was completed in 2014. And that design shows that the alignment generally follows the existing aqueduct right-of-way. In other words, it's designed to substantially lie within land that we already own. In most areas, it's a 100-foot strip of land that the aqueducts lie within. So there's room for that to fit a tunnel in, and that's generally the basis of this conceptual design. The tunnel would house potentially two pipes up to 87 inches in diameter. So that conceptual design report, it included a plan and profile and some detail. I'll show you what that looks like. So following up on that conceptual design that was done in 2014, we're doing additional geotechnical investigation, and that work is underway right now. This shows the proposed extent of the Delta Tunnel, and you can see it's approximately 16 miles. It stretches from Bixler over to Stockton, roughly at I-5. And that's the area of the worst soil. So it includes the elevated pipeline section of our aqueducts, as well as about 5 miles where we have buried aqueducts, but the soils are considered vulnerable to liquefaction. This is a schematic of what that tunnel would look like. You can see the two 87-inch pipes inside the tunnel. And the tunnel, the concept there is to go deep enough to be below the worst of the soils in that delta region. And it's also, you can see, offset from our existing aqueducts because of the concern about the foundations, which I mentioned go very deep. So even though we'd be deeper than the foundations, it's important to not cause vibrations and so on that could damage those aqueducts while we're building our tunnel. So that was all considered in setting the elevation of our tunnel. And this is a representative page from the proposed plan and profile in the conceptual report. And rather than spend too much time on this side, I'll flip to one that's maybe more interesting for today's discussion. This shows the reach where there's a right angle crossing between the petitioner's twin tunnels that have been proposed, called BDCP tunnels in this slide, with our future Delta Tunnel. So what this slide shows, it's kind of a lot, and there's another view of it that might be clearer later. But we have a band, given that it's only a conceptual design right now. There's a vertical band that's shown here, and that depicts, that's kind of the orange crosshatched band. That is the zone within which our future tunnel will lie. And it's so subject to refinement as we get additional geotechnical data and fine-tune the design of that tunnel. Our tunnel will be somewhere within that band. Then we look at the right angle crossing. It's the blue line in the plan above, and then it's shown as kind of a vertical blue line when you look at the profile. That's approximately where the BDCP tunnels will cross. And you see there's several lines there, and that's indicative of the fact that over time the proposed locations of the twin tunnels have varied. And even today, I think there's significant maybe lack of precision in exactly where those tunnels will end up. So this is showing both the most shallow they could be as well as the deepest. And I think there is actually a drafting error on this profile that shows them deeper than they really should be. But the notes call it out correctly, and all of the call-outs in written testimony, for example, are right. It's just that there's a drafting glitch on this particular slide. So to summarize, the petitioners proposed twin tunnels as we assess their impact on our McKellamie aqueducts and on our own future tunnel. We're looking at the 40-foot diameter, that's the ID of the twin tunnels, and as shown in the previous slide, crossing directly underneath our existing aqueducts, and with elevation ranges that could potentially interfere with not only our Delta Tunnel, but even our existing piles that hold up our existing McCullum aqueducts. This shows kind of the bird's eye view of the whole thing. So, all I did was I took the previous slide and added on the petitioner's proposed twin tunnel project. You see it crosses, that's on Woodward Island is where that crossing occurs, almost at right angles. This is kind of a close-up of that. So as I said, Woodward Island, so right toward the northern end of that island, our aqueducts are running west to east, and we see the petitioner's twin tunnels crossing them at near right angles. I think this makes the conflict issue probably a little clearer than the really fine print a couple slides ago. This summarizes a few things. It shows, first of all, our existing McCullum aqueducts, that right at the very top. And it shows those very deep piles that I showed you in the very first couple of slides. And you can see how deep they go, as deep as minus 72 elevation. And future piles, as we do maintenance work, because to correct issues with our wooden piles that have deteriorated over time, as we replace those are likely to end up being deeper for various reasons. One of them is that as the ground keeps subsiding, these are friction piles, so you have to go increasingly deeper to get the support you need. So it's likely that future piles will go even deeper than the minus 72 shown here. For example, minus 80 or so. So that's at the top, and you can see, depending on where the petitioner's tunnel ends up, that's a direct conflict where they would actually be hitting our existing as well as future piles as they try to bore the tunnel. I recognize that if you look at the most recent iterations of the twin tunnels, I'm not quoting odds, but perhaps they're going to be lower than that maximum elevation. You still have the concern of being very, very close to those existing pile tips, and hence threatening the existing stability of the existing aqueducts. And clearly there's a direct conflict under almost any scenario with our future Delta Tunnel, and that's the one shown in blue crossing the slide. So I could call out these elevations, but I think these are a match. They're drawn consistent with the labeling. So this shows a 50-foot band within which our tunnel would lie. So the blue pipe could be anywhere within that orange band. So this presents literally a dozen different concerns, and they could be packaged different ways, but I tried to bundle it as 12 distinct areas of concern, the impacts that we would see on both our aqueducts and on the tunnel. And the first and maybe most obvious is that right-of-way encroachment. We own this 100-foot strip of land within which both our present and future facilities are residing, and it's a direct conflict with that. With that, I've shown you on the previous slide direct interference with our structures, whether existing or future or both. Concern number 3 here is undermining and settlement. Aside from the direct interference concern, when you're tunneling in soft soil underneath something like our aqueducts are not designed to have significant settlement occurring underneath them. And that's why, for example, when they have issues with their supports from, say, rotted timber piles, we've been forced to take action over the years to correct that. They can't tolerate much settlement. For example, across a 60-foot span, if they settle only 3 inches across that span, so that's not very much when you're talking about a tunneling project, 3 inches is enough to cause that steel to yield, which means it's being permanently damaged. And with that comes the risk of losing that aqueduct where it would burst open, cause major soil erosion, loss of service. So that's potentially a very huge deal if you have settlement that causes distress to the aqueducts. Number 4 is, aside from the concern I mentioned, which could happen with or without changing groundwater levels, then you have the concern that if groundwater levels change, it could exacerbate the concern of soil settlement. Groundwater levels could change for a variety of reasons. It would we would expect to be the goal to minimize changes to groundwater levels. Nonetheless, it's a risk that could occur when something like a tunneling project is going on right underneath. Number 5 is construction shafts that are necessary for building the twin tunnels. I recognize that right now they're not located next to our aqueducts or future Delta tunnel, but there's always the potential when you're tunneling that you end up needing to put in a rescue shaft, essentially, or a shaft that you hadn't planned on originally. And also recognizing that the design right now of the twin tunnels is very preliminary. So the final design may well show a shaft that's closer, but probably the biggest concern is you never know when you're going to need a shaft. So there could be a shaft that ends up very close to our facilities. Number 6 is talking about seepage into the twin tunnels during the lifespan. Really, water flowing in either direction would be probably a concern. Seepage into the tunnels would be a concern probably during construction and which could go on for years when the tunnels are dry and you have groundwater levels that run up essentially near the ground surface. So there's considerable hydrostatic head trying to push that water into the tunnel. Any seepage could cause a loss of soil in addition to the impact number 4, which is the groundwater levels themselves being drawn down. But if you have seepage going into the tunnels, there's a potential it's carrying soil with it, and that's always a concern. It could be a loss of support for everything up above it. So that's something that it's noted there as being during the lifespan. I don't think we're out of the woods once the tunnels are built, because to be maintainable, the tunnels could be taken out of service at any time. And also, there's no guarantee with information we have that the tunnels would always have a net outward pressure. I recognize that's probable, but the expectation here is, if nothing else, for a maintenance outage, you could have water trying to get into the tunnels. This is the last of the dozen impacts. So starting with number 7 at the top there, the twin tunnel lining. Right now it's proposed as a single pass lining. So recognizing we expect it would be designed to be very stout and sturdy, we are talking about a tunnel that has to be there for, right now the quoted life is 100 years. So over that 100-year period of time, there is a chance that lining could fail. If it failed, it could well be catastrophic to our facilities. We'd be talking about something like a 40-foot diameter tunnel, and you looked at how much soil there is above us. So if the lining were to fail, it's hard to imagine exactly what would happen, but we know the outcome for our facilities, whether it's the McKellamie aqueducts or if we had a tunnel above. It certainly couldn't be good news. There'd be a massive failure of the ground, potentially sinkholes and things like that. Number 8 talks about the added costs of our own Delta tunnel. And this could vary depending on which tunnel goes first as far as exactly what the impacts are, but one way or the other, when you see a direct conflict between the tunnels, our tunnel would have to somehow or other be designed to miss the twin tunnels, or vice versa. So if you took what would otherwise be a straight shot in the tunnel and you put in, let's say you have a vertical offset where one tunnel goes under the other, that obviously poses construction cost impacts. Whether you're adding additional shafts, going deeper to deal with it, and when you go deeper, that means more muck, your shafts are deeper. There's a lot of costs during construction, potentially. But on top of that, it's a lifelong impact, because now you have a low spot in the pipe. And anytime you take the tunnel out for maintenance, you have to deal with one more spot where you have to be able to dewater it. You have to be thinking about air relief anytime you have a discontinuity in the vertical profile. So it's something that we think would be a significant impact, not just during construction, but during operations. Impact number 9 talks about the access roads and utilities needed to build the Twin Tunnels project. Those have not been described in any great detail, but clearly there's a lot of material being moved around for such a mega project. Those roads would no doubt have heavy traffic running over them, and there's certainly a concern that one or more of those access roads or utilities would end up imperiling our own aqueducts. We're talking about right now an existing network of levee roads that are not particularly generous. So the access roads that would be built would be looking for routes that because of the proximity of our aqueducts to the project would be imperiled by those access roads. Number 10, The power transmission facilities, we recognize right now the plan is for the power transmission facilities to mostly be parallel to the twin tunnels, which means crossing both our existing and future. And that would tend to, if that remains, that would be a lesser concern than if it were going parallel. But it's still a concern because we could still, I think, have, we have first of all, the power transmission facilities themselves. For example, even if you're crossing, if there's an electric tower that needs a foundation, that's another structure, and it has the same risk of construction impacts as some of the other impacts we've talked about, interference with our own pile supports, for example, or something that if you're erecting a tower and it falls over. That's kind of impact number 10 is physical damage. Number 11 is talking about after the twin tunnel power transmission system is up and running, it still poses a hazard. And again, if it's crossing, maybe it's a lesser hazard than if it were running parallel. And that's because induced currents generally would be more of a concern running parallel. But you still have things like fault conditions where you'd be concerned that there could be either enhanced corrosion or a safety issue because of say, a ground fault from their power transmission system that would then make our steel aqueducts unsafe. And then there's the direct fall hazard. If a power transmission line were to fall across our aqueducts, that would clearly be a concern. Many of these concerns could be mitigated, of course, and that's coming up, is what we are proposing as mitigations for these concerns. And the conditions, they're generally grouped into 3 areas, which would be in the design and in the construction of the twin tunnels. There's a series of measures that need to be taken to protect our infrastructure, and they're detailed in my written testimony. But generally, they address all of those 12 impacts that I talked about. You know, for example, making sure that the vertical alignment doesn't clash, and making sure that the ground is adequately stabilized to address the really large concern of settlement to those existing aqueducts. Number 2 is providing a strip of land in the crossing zone, and that's something that would greatly reduce the impact of the tunnel conflict, because I talked about one tunnel or the other has to be modified. A strip of land within the crossing zone where the 2 tunnel projects are intersecting would allow, essentially, for example, our tunnel could jog outward, thereby missing if we rerouted our tunnel, I guess in short, we could use that strip of land to minimize the impact of that conflict. Right now, our own aqueducts are in the way of doing that, but an auxiliary strip of land next to ours would greatly alleviate that situation. It wouldn't eliminate the increase in construction costs necessarily, but it would go a long way toward making it feasible and making it safe. And condition number 3 here is we're asking the petitioners accept responsibility for any damage and disruption to our facilities. And a pretty simple concept, and there's a few elaborations in the written testimony on that. That summarizes what I wanted to say today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The department, as the department is setting up for its cross-examination, why don't we take a short 5-minute break, because I don't want to interrupt their cross-examination later on. So by that clock on the wall, we will resume at 9:50. right, thank you. It is 10:50 and we're back in session. Mr. Berliner, Mr. Mizell, please begin your cross-examination.
Morning. My name is Tom Berliner. I'm an attorney for the Department of Water Resources. I'm accompanied this morning by Trip Mizell, who's also an attorney with DWR. Morning, Mr. Arias. Did I pronounce your name correctly? Arias, thank you. Did you prepare the testimony that you offered today, or did you have assistance with it?
I prepared the substantive part of it, and I had assistance from staff and review by attorneys.
But you're familiar with the entire content of your testimony?
Yes, I am.
Very good, thank you. Is the primary source of water that goes through the McKellamie aqueducts water from the McKellamie River, or are there other sources of water that go through the pipelines?
That's a two-part question, and they're both true. First, the primary water source is indeed from the McKellamie River. And second, there are additional sources. The Sacramento River supply can be routed through those aqueducts.
And where is the connection to route through the Sacramento supply?
I apologize, Mr. Reyes. Can you move a little bit closer to your microphone, please? Sorry. Thank you very much.
The additional source of supply, that's the Folsom South Canal connection. And in the last few years, we built a series of pipelines to convey water from the canal over to our aqueducts.
Thank you. You had put up a list earlier of about a dozen potential impacts that could result from the construction of the twin tunnels. You recall that?
Yes.
Is that your best assessment of the potential impacts that could occur, or areas where there may be problems or conflicts?
It is.
And none of these are actual, with the exception, obviously, of the need for some right-of-way legal documentation. But none of the others that you put on your list are actual impacts that have occurred, right? These are concerns that you have.
I would say none of them can be actual for a project that hasn't been built, since the twin tunnels are still just a concept. But I would say that many of those impacts are not just possible, but probable or near certain.
And you've identified a number of mitigation measures in order to eliminate a lot of your concerns, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
By the way, the concerns that you identified for the twin tunnels, do many of those exist as well for the proposed Delta Tunnel that East Bay Mud's going to construct?
I think that some of the general issues, such as poor soils, would be a factor in the design of any tunnel, including our own. But things like conflict posed by the twin tunnels, of course, wouldn't be a concern for our tunnel since we already own the land.
Okay, but what about things like potential subsidence or are associated with construction, or afterwards with operation, or if the pipeline would fail, all of those kind of generic issues that could occur? Are those sort of common to anybody who would be tunneling underground in the Delta area?
I think I wouldn't generalize too much. As I said, if you're building a tunnel in the Delta, there's a series of factors that you have to consider to address things like liquefaction concerns, subsidence, et cetera. But things like having to reroute the tunnel to avoid conflict with another tunnel is really, by definition, something that you only deal with if someone else is building a tunnel in conflict with yours.
Understood. So we have a set of common concerns and then some very specific concerns related to the construction of these actual pipelines and where they'll be. Is that right?
That's right.
And if we could, Mr. Baker, if we could pull up those two pages, I believe they're pages 19 and 20 of the PowerPoint. So just looking at your dozen issues here, am I correct that right-of-way encroachment would be unique to the twin tunnels?
Yes, it would be.
And number two, of interference with East Bay Mud structures, presumably the tunnel that East Bay Mud would be building will not interfere with its own structures, correct?
That's correct.
So that would be a Waterfix potential concern, correct?
That's right.
Right. And I take it undermining and settlement would be a generic concern. Anybody tunneling would have that issue?
They would certainly have that concern, and that they would be looking for ways to make sure that it didn't turn into an actual issue during construction.
And is the same answer to number 4?
That's right.
And same answer to number 5?
Yes.
And seepage into the tunnels, that would be a problem for anybody tunneling. Isn't that right?
I think that it's accentuated because right now the twin tunnels as proposed don't even have a secondary liner. So that would be a particular concern for the twin tunnels as proposed lack features that would reduce that concern.
Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. A lining failure, is that would be a concern for both the Delta Tunnel and the twin tunnels?
It could potentially be it's something you'd be thinking about for any tunnel. I would agree with that.
And then number 8's kind of unique to East Bay Mud, right?
No, those are added costs beyond what we would spend if the twin tunnels weren't being built.
Yes,
So-
that's what I meant.
Yes, okay.
This is an East Bay Mud only concern, right?
Yes.
Okay. Damage from twin tunnel access roads. Have you been following the proceedings?
Not every minute of the proceedings, no.
Okay, we've had some testimony about access roads and truck traffic and the like, so I won't bother to deal with that. But you, in building the East Bay Mud Delta Tunnel, you'll be using heavy equipment trucks and having to move them through the Delta area, isn't that right?
I would expect that there would certainly be truck traffic, et cetera.
And the similar kinds of trucks and equipment that the Waterfix is using, right?
Yes, on a smaller scale.
Yes, understood. Regarding power transmission facilities, would that also be a concern with the Delta pipeline, or is that because of new power lines that are constructed for the Waterfix?
The idea here, what I was trying to address is the need for the new power that would have to be brought in for the twin tunnels in order to power the tunnel boring machines.
Okay, and those are temporary power facilities, right?
That's right.
And will East Bay Mud have to bring in temporary power to power its tunnel boring machines as well?
It would.
So then it's a common problem. Anybody who's using tunnel boring machines is going to have an issue like this, right?
An issue that can be addressed, yes. So I'd call it a concern, something that needs to be thought about during the design.
And could be mitigated, right?
Yes.
And then regarding item 11 on power transmission and AC-induced interference, is that a problem that would be common to tunnels as well?
To both tunnels? Yes, potentially.
And I thought on this item you had mentioned that it would be not as great a concern because the twin tunnels are perpendicular to the McKellamie Aqueduct. Is that right?
That's right.
So is it then a greater concern for East Bay Mud's Delta pipeline because it's parallel to the McKellamie Aqueduct?
No, not necessarily. It would depend on where the power lines are routed relative to the aqueduct, for example, and how near, things like that.
So you'll be taking that into account when you do construction, is that right?
Yes.
And I take it, same thing for number 12. This is kind of a common issue and would be not unique to the twin tunnels, but anybody who's putting up any transmission lines, you'd have to worry about safety issues, right?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. In your testimony, you had expressed concern that DWR address East Bay Mud's concerns. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And are you aware that the final recirculated environmental impact report has not yet been issued?
I'm aware of that.
And would you expect that East Bay Mud's comments that were submitted would be addressed in that final document?
Actually, I would have expected our comments to be addressed quite a while before that, when we provided the substance of many of these comments as early as 2012, before either of the EIRs was published.
And it's my understanding that DWR and East Bay might have actually met to discuss some of these concerns. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are those discussions ongoing?
Not to my
Well, I would
knowledge.
object to provide clarity on when these meetings occurred.
I don't know the dates of the meetings. All I know is that there have been some meetings.
Well,
I can ask the witness if he knows.
Well, I want to object on the sense that that recently EBMUD and DWR had confidential settlement discussions and earlier this year, and I don't know if you're referring to those meetings or other meetings.
Mr. Arias, just answer the question to the best of your ability without divulging any confidential information.
My understanding is, well, first of all, there were some discussions during the preparation of the first EIR, so somewhere around 2012, where we first voiced many of the same concerns, virtually all of them that I'm describing today, just not in as much detail. And then more recently, there were some settlement discussions in 2016, and the substance of those it was confidential, but as far as I know, those settlement discussions are not happening right now.
Okay. And are you familiar with the sections of the Waterfix documents that address concerns related to potential impacts to existing facilities?
Yes, I am.
And among those areas that the Waterfix documents have identified would include geotech issues, is that right?
I know that the Waterfix documents do include a discussion of various geotechnical issues.
Okay. And for instance, one of them is settlement, land settlement modeling or monitoring and development of a response program. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that with specificity.
Okay. Are you aware that there are electrical power guidelines?
I am aware of at least some of the information in the EIR that describes the temporary power provisions, that there may be something in that large document that I missed.
Okay. Have you exchanged geotech data with DWR outside of settlement discussions?
I know that at the staff level that some data sharing has occurred.
And do you have any reason to believe that you won't be able to work collaboratively and have plenty of opportunity to work with DWR regarding any construction conflicts that may come up regarding the Waterfix pipelines and East Bay MUD's facilities?
Well, given that we voiced our concerns in 2012, and I didn't see the analysis that we had been asking for in the EIR, I think that some of these issues are best addressed relatively early in the project. The sooner they're addressed, the better. So that's why, rather than pin my hopes on it prospectively what is vaguely possible, that's why we're trying to be specific about what ought to be done. And the written testimony even talks about by when.
And I appreciate it. I thought your suggestions were helpful and appreciate that you came forward with those in your testimony. You understand, of course, that the pipelines, the twin tunnels are just at their conceptual stage at this point, right?
That's my understanding.
And that there's going to be ample opportunity to make adjustments as the designs are pushed further forward, right?
Yes.
Do you have knowledge that East Bay MUD in 2015 advertised a request for proposals for engineering consultants to conduct subsurface explorations in the Delta to support East Bay MUD's proposed Delta tunnel?
I do.
Were you involved in that?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And it's my understanding that in 2016, the East Bay MUD Board of Directors awarded $2.3 million to contract for engineering consultants to do soft ground tunnel geotech investigations. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
Are those similar types of investigations, even though obviously the Twin Tunnels is a larger project, that you would think would be undertaken by DWR associated with the twin tunnels?
I think much of it would be the same. It's the contract that is currently underway consists of developing what's called the Geotechnical Data Report, or a GDR, and that's based on extensive data collection.
And there's also going to be a seismicity report, right?
That's correct.
And you're aware, are you not, that the exact tunnel invert, twin tunnel invert has not yet been decided?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Has East Bay Mud completed its geotech investigation yet?
No, it has not.
Do you know when that'll be completed?
The phase one work is what's going on right now. So phase one is estimated to be completed in 2017. And there may well be subsequent phases of investigation.
So you don't have an end date target at this point?
Well, I have a target for the work that's currently underway, but sometimes you do some investigation and realize you need even more detail at some locations.
Has a CEQA document been started yet for the Delta Tunnel?
It has not.
Do you know when that'll be started?
No, I don't.
And how long have you been studying the Delta Tunnel?
The study that recommended the tunnel was completed in 2007.
So close to 10 years at this point.
Yes, so that report, you may recall, recommended a range of actions. Some of them were near-term actions, and so that work was begun on those immediately. The tunnel was identified as a longer-term action.
Does East Bay Mud have a target end date by which the tunnel will come into existence?
There's no specific date right now.
And prior to deciding whether to build the Delta Tunnel or not, did you look at other options?
Yes, we did.
And what kinds of concerns were you looking at in developing your options? For instance, seismic issues or other issues?
There was a range of concerns we looked at, all of the various natural hazards. So those were considered, including seismic issues, flooding. We looked at construction cost, at lifetime cost with the operations and maintenance cost.
Was one of the alternatives that you looked at a levee-oriented alternative?
I believe there were a couple of options that looked at levee-oriented alternatives.
And why did East Bay Mud decide to go with a tunnel rather than a levee-oriented alternative?
Well, the tunnel emerged as the best option from the standpoint of long-term reliability and life cycle cost.
And what kinds of issues did you see with the levee alternatives?
Levees require, in some cases, strengthening. And so for the seismic hazard, we anticipated some levees would need strengthening, and then they have higher maintenance costs over their life than a tunnel when we considered the mileage of levees that we would be concerned with out of the vast network of levees in the Delta.
Are you going to be doing any levee work in conjunction with your Delta Tunnel program?
We continue to do levee work. We work with the reclamation districts. So every year we do levee work. So I wouldn't say it's maybe connected with the Delta Tunnel, but it's ongoing. We frequently do levee improvement projects.
And based on your knowledge and experience, do you have any reason to believe that the Delta Tunnel concept as you have it at this stage, recognizing that it's early, can be successfully constructed?
Could you say that again?
Sure. Based on I understand you're at the conceptual engineering level with the tunnels, right?
Right.
So based on the knowledge that you have today, do you have any reason to believe that the tunnel could not be successfully constructed?
No reason at all.
Are you going to be doing any pile driving associated with the tunnel?
I don't anticipate any.
And are you going to be using a pressurized face tunnel boring machine to do the construction?
Yes, that's the anticipated method.
I may be just about done with this witness. Let me just double check. We don't have any other questions for this witness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Berliner. Let's note for the record that the other petitioner, the Department of Interior, does not wish to cross-examine. All right, Ms. Morris. Ms. Morris is a no as well. Mr. Herrick. Does anyone else wish to cross-examine? Oh, San Luis Delta Mendota. They're before you, Mr. Herrick.
Yes, Hans-Peter Walter for San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. I have no cross, but I want to renew the objections that we put in writing in our omnibus objections to the testimony here. Speculative, lack of foundation, and irrelevant as to impacts of some future tunnel without foundation for when or if it will ever be built in particular.
So noted. Thank you. Mr. Herrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hearing officers, John Herrick for the South Delta Water Agency. Just have a couple questions. Mr. Arias, you talked about as one of your concerns the fact that construction of the Twin Tunnels project might affect the settling or movement of the soils or earthen materials between the new tunnels and your pilings of the East Bay Mud pipeline, correct?
That's right.
Are you familiar with the various types of soils in between those zones, I'll say?
I'm reasonably familiar with them. I am not a geotechnical specialist.
By my question, I meant there are numerous soil types and of different consistencies and different materials in the area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And those different soil types might be affected differently depending upon the conditions that are applied to the situation, right?
That's correct.
So if there's vibrations or something from a twin tunnels boring machine, that might cause one thing to settle in a different manner than another material, correct?
That's right.
And that's the basis of your concern, is that it's not like a box of sand where you know how it'll react. There are various materials and the reaction from the tunneling might be hard to determine ahead of time, correct?
That's not what I said. I think even if you knew for a certainty that excessive settlement would occur, that wouldn't make it better when you're talking about an existing structure that can't tolerate that level of settlement.
Do you believe that there's a sufficient geotechnical investigation in the area of concern right now for anybody to determine whether or not there could be injury to East Bay Mud?
I think there's sufficient information to say there could be injury. I think that additional data could be gathered to fine-tune the estimates and also develop more detailed mitigations.
The Twin Tunnels project is gravity flow from the intakes down to Clifton, well, from the forebay anyway, down to Clifton Court forebay, correct? Or do you know?
That's my understanding.
And is it a potential problem that any rerouting of the Twin Tunnel project to protect East Bay Mud might significantly change the anticipated gravity flow slope on the Twin Tunnels project?
I would say I haven't been trying to assess impacts to the twin tunnels. We've been focused on impacts of the tunnels on our infrastructure.
Okay. Is there any risk of if the twin tunnels are not full all the time because they're not being operated, is there any risk of the upward pressure like floating because of the soil type and the moisture in the ground?
I haven't analyzed the stability of the twin tunnels. I'm sure you could look at buoyancy and figure out whether it would be a concern or not.
Do you think the Twin Tunnels project should be approved prior to a determination that's agreeable to East Bay Mud about potential mitigation or addressing any concerns?
I have an objection to that question.
Mr. Berliner?
Tom Berliner for DWR. Object on the grounds of relevancy. This is an issue that is more likely than not outside this witness's expertise, but it's also a question of relevancy to the proceeding. His thoughts on this matter really don't make any difference.
Mr. Herrick, your response?
My response to that would be that if I believe it is relevant, one of the potential outcomes of the hearing are conditions placed upon a permit. And if the engineering representative of East Bay Mud doesn't believe that such a condition as just don't harm somebody is enough, I think that's relevant to the proceeding. He may think that additional work needs to be done. I think that's relevant to the decision here.
All right, overruled. Please answer to the best of your ability.
Okay, could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I could probably rephrase it. I'm just trying to see, do you believe that the project should be approved, at this level anyway, pending a determination that East Bay Mud is satisfied with potential mitigation or ways to avoid harm?
I'm not sure I understand your use of the word. If by pending you mean without such a determination, then I do not. I mean, the essence of my testimony is that the twin tunnels should move forward only with the conditions that I outlined in my testimony.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Herrick. Any other cross-examination of this witness? Not seeing any. Any redirect, Mr. Etheridge?
No, thank you.
I have a clarifying question for you. In response to one of Mr. Berliner's question, you had stated that, at least as I understood it, that you don't see anything that would impact the construction of the Delta Tunnel. Did I understand your answer correctly?
I don't remember that exact question. Maybe if you ask your question and I'll try to answer it.
If I could ask the court reporter, is it possible to go back?
I recall the question about whether I saw any reason why the tunnel could not be built.
Correct.
And I said, no, I do not see any reason why it could not be built. The conceptual engineering report not only verified that it is feasible, but it even highlighted a path forward, specifically where we would put it and how it would be designed.
All right, thank you. There's nothing else? Mr. Etheridge, you have some documents to move into the record?
Well, I think what we'll propose to do, if it's acceptable to the hearing officers, is that we will submit a letter to the State Board and serve it on all parties within a week from today, by next Thursday, November 10th, listing all the exhibits we wish to move into the record.
I think that is very acceptable, and we will wait to receive that before issuing our rulings on the various objections regarding those exhibits and this testimony.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
And again, we appreciate your setting the time certain for this testimony here today.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, this group is excused. Before we take our long break and resume at 1 o'clock, I see Mr. Keeling in the audience, so let me go ahead and address an outstanding request by Mr. Keeling. Mr. Keeling, you had to make a request for some of your elected officials to present the County of San Joaquin's policy statement out of order, since you are up when we resume later this afternoon, and you had specifically requested that they be allowed to provide their policy statements on Thursday, December 15th. While I certainly appreciate your efforts, I think the word you use is labor, to organize this, I am denying your request. We allowed for 3 days at the start of Part 1A for policy statements. We'll also be allowing 4 days to make policy statements at the beginning of Part 2. The allowance for parties to provide policy statements as part of their opening statements was a courtesy. I do not and will not be opening up the evidentiary portion of this hearing for intermittent policy statements. So while I do appreciate your effort, I would encourage you to refocus that effort towards getting your electeds to provide policy statements, if they so wish, at the beginning of Part 2.
Thank you.
With that, we will go ahead and take a break, and we will resume at 1 o'clock. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. It's 9 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock. We are resuming. Before we get to Mr. Hitchens and the SAC Regional panel, let's take this moment to do a little bit more housekeeping. Okay, first, given that we expect to get to, Ms. Meserve is not here yet. Hopefully she's rushing in any minute now. While we're waiting for her, Mr. Herrick, if I might ask you to come up, and also DWR as well. Mr. Herrick, there was concern raised both by us and also by DWR with respect to Mr. Nomalini's testimony. And in particular, I wanted to ask first, DWR, in the correspondence that you sent last week, where you identified various testimonies that should have been revised based on our last ruling as being outside the scope of Part 1, you had identified South Delta Water Agency's Mr. Nomalini's testimony as being among the group that you're concerned about. Do you have any specific areas of concern? I noticed there was no page number listed in your table.
Hi, Julianne Ainsley for DWR. I think with Mr. Nomalini's testimony, when we went to designate, there were just almost too many, but I'm happy to give the broad topics and pages to provide some clarity.
Okay.
If I can.
Mr. Herrick, have you had a chance to review Mr. Nomalini's testimony with him in light of our ruling on, was it October, November, what day? October 7th, regarding being outside the scope of Part 1.
Yes, John Herrick, South Delta Water Agency et al. Dean Reese and I discussed it with Mr. Nomalini. We struck a lot of the stuff, and we debated about whether stuff fit into the categories that shouldn't be covered. And so I fully anticipate that there would be some necessary argument later, but we did go through pursuant to that order and line out, I believe the direction was line them out, not take them out, and line out the stuff that was supposed to be in Part 2, or should be in Part 2.
All right, so Ms. Ainsley, what in particular in the revised testimony from Mr. Nomalini, which we are still reviewing, does DWR have objections to? As far as the scope is concerned.
Sure. I think that our major issues are pages 1, and I hope I have these right. I'm looking at his testimony here. Pages 1 through 13 seem to be all complaints regarding the environmental review process, which is outside the scope of Part 1 and Part 2. And please let me know if you need more information. Starting on page 13, he has a section that goes through public trust responsibilities, which my memory says has a lot of references to environmental needs for water for environmental purposes and fish recovery. Starting at around page 17, and I do acknowledge that there is a sections of this testimony that is now struck out that apply specifically to the Delta Reform Act. However, starting at about page 17 or maybe page 16, it becomes much more of a legal brief that even though the sections are struck expressly referencing by name the Delta Reform Act, this is still fairly, in our opinion, a legal brief that does also point to the same concerns regarding reducing reliance on the Delta. So both a legal brief and not a complete strikeout of Delta Reform Act issues. And I think that with his strikeouts, that takes us through about the last, I think up to about 23, and then after that, I think I'd rather sit down and be more exact in making my pronouncements. But our main objections are the CEQA NEPA problems, the legal briefing, the continual references to environmental or fishery recovery, and continued pointing to, maybe not expressly, the Delta Reform Act.
Okay. Mr. Herrick, any responses to those particular points in particular? They seem to be, without making a ruling or judgment right now, just the topics she outlined seem to be within our ruling as being outside of the scope. But what's your response?
Yes, and I apologize for not being prepared to argue this moment. Last night, or yesterday afternoon, Mr. Reese filed the response to objections, I believe, with you guys, and he produced that. I talked to him along the way, but I didn't do that. But so generally speaking, Mr. Nomalini's testimony sort of goes along the same line of argument we used when we were doing cross-examination would introduce statutes, in that we're trying to show that there's among other things, the base condition for proceeding is not being complied with, which means the analysis is incomplete. Now, there's much more than that. I apologize for focusing on that one issue. But again, I apologize. Mr. Reese filed the response last night, and I didn't review the file.
All right.
I wasn't ready to argue that. I'm sorry.
We will take a look at that response. I wasn't aware that it had come in. So let's flag this item for discussion as part of housekeeping first thing tomorrow morning. We want to address this tomorrow in order for you to present your case in chief on the 10th.
I will be ready tomorrow morning. Sorry.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. Meserve, did I see Ms. Meserve come in? Ah, yes, please come on up. Also in DWR's table, which they provided last week, they raised concerns regarding testimony from two witnesses in Ms. Meserve's second panel, which I think will come up tomorrow. Now, I'm going to turn to Ms. Ainsley or someone from DWR again to give me some more details about your objections, because I don't believe these two witnesses' testimony were specifically identified in our October 7th ruling as being those that we've identified as having testimony outside the scope of this Part 1, but we acknowledge that we might have missed some. So, Ms. Ainsley, could you provide any further explanation? And then, Ms. Meserve, I'll ask you to try to respond. I'm looking at local agencies of the North Delta. You have Mr. Elliott and Mr. Van Lobensels. They're both witnesses for Ms. Meserve's panel number 2.
Ms. Dodek, if you just give me or hearing officer Dodek, I'm just going to pull my objections up. So let me see.
This would have been.
Yes. Speaking specifically to Mr. Elliott, I believe that our Mr. Elliott had some brief testimony regarding the impacts on the Delta agriculture and its general heritage as a community that's supported by agriculture, which seemed more to be towards the public interest, and I believe we identify the few page and line sites there. And that is identified in our objections at page 9, section A, so it's a very brief section. And then Mr. Van Lobensels also had, and this may have been changed a little bit by your ruling, we had filed an objection regarding he had construction impacts of the Waterfix on the Delta economy. I think my memory serves he was concerned about the construction, the number of trucks that would be interfering with the trucks that deliver and take away produce from the Delta. So there were construction impacts that were more economic in nature, and I believe that was the genesis of our objections on page 11 of the DWR objections, Part B, which are titled Testimony Concerning Construction Impacts Are Not Relevant to Part 1 Key Issues. So I think that those are the two areas that we were referencing. So they wouldn't be construction impacts necessarily on a water diversion facility. They were larger arguments.
Okay. Ms. Meserve, any response at this time to those two witnesses in particular?
I'm just going to go over here. OSHA Reserve for local agencies of the North Delta and other protestants. It's not often I get to say it's too short for me, so that's nice. But so we did file responses to the objections as soon as we were able. So we have addressed these issues in pages, looks like 5 and 6 of our responses. I think, in general, these are recipient witnesses who are very familiar with their own lands, and they're also familiar with the project, and they have concerns. I believe looking at, for instance, there was a lot of testimony that was somewhat similar in, the way that petitioners have, explained the need for their project and the way they see, the need for new diversions and how that's going to be very helpful. This is opinion that I believe that the farmers that they've objected to are able to make. I believe the board is the hearing officers are in an excellent position to weigh that evidence as they see fit, to the extent it also overlaps a tiny bit with what might come up in part 2. I don't really see that as being an issue. The testimony of these witnesses focused on the legal injury to uses of water within their realm. So yeah, I don't see why this testimony would be stricken, and I believe it should remain in the record. And there's probably other reasons outlined in our responses that I'm not getting to, but I'd be happy to answer questions.
All right, thank you. And thank you for flagging the fact that you did provide a response. We will spend some time tonight taking a look at that as well. And we will also revisit this as part of housekeeping items first thing tomorrow.
Respectfully, we would like to also let you know that we are prepared to speak when land panel 1 is going up. We do have prepared some objections to renew, obviously, that we had filed previously, but these responses by Land et al. Were filed yesterday at 4:31. And in addition to the responses to the DWR objections, there was also filed this week some revised testimony, as well as a declaration from Ms. Meserve that we would also like to speak on at the beginning of their testimony. So just to give you notice.
Okay, we're all playing catch up now with all the multiple
We weren't
filings.
expecting housekeeping right now on that, so we are prepared to do that when you feel it's appropriate.
All right, well, we'll get to that then first thing in the morning. Anything else, Ms. Ainsley?
Or first thing when her panel goes up next.
Okay.
Thank you.
And moving on from there, given that I'm sorry, Ms. Meserve, do you have something to add before I move on to my next list?
Yes, thank you. I would just suggest that because these objections relate to the physical injury panel, which should go tomorrow, that I think it may be better for the process to just address them at that time, would be my suggestion, I think. But.
Mr. Mizell?
Yes, Trip Mizell, DWR. Just to be clear, the additional objections that Ms. Jolie mentioned are for
Ms. who?
panel 1. Ainsley.
Okay.
Sorry. Sorry, using her first name like I'm in kindergarten. It actually relate to panel 1 of land, so it would not be our preference to address the objections after panel 1 had already presented. We'd like to do that prior to panel 1 presenting if possible.
I expect panel 1 will be presenting today.
So I'd like to address those objections if the board will allow before we go to panel 1 today then.
Okay. Moving on to the next item on my housekeeping list, I need to give the city of Stockton, is the city of Stockton here? Great. Give you a heads up that given the way this is going, you may be called upon to present your case in chief next Thursday.
Thank you, Chair Dutta. Kelly Tabor for the City of Stockton, and that would be acceptable to the City of Stockton. We've spoken with the other parties, and it appears that there would be no objection if Stockton presented its case in chief at the start of the day on Thursday, which would work with the schedule for Stockton's council, Mr. Simmons. And our witnesses and counsel are unavailable the following week, so I think if we can confirm that, that would be the most efficient determination.
All right. We will try to confirm that tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
And then Mr. Brodsky will be here tomorrow as well. because his group then would be next, and Mr. Jackson will be here tomorrow as well. You need not come up right now, because I believe both Mr. Brodsky has requested to not present his case in chief before November 30th, and Mr. Jackson similarly would like to not have to present his case in chief on November 17th and 18th, which leads us to Restore the Delta, who has already earlier this morning requested December 8th and 9th. So going down the list, I need to have Group 38, Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Association and Institute for Fisheries Resources. Number 37, Ms. Desjardins. Potentially be ready for presenting their case in chief. I don't have all my dates. The following week, which would be November That would be November 17th and 18th. Then that would also lead us to North Delta Cares, number 39, number 41, Snug Harbor Resort, number 43, Clifton Court. So all of these groups are on notice that they may be as early as the 17th or 18th. Or potentially December 1st or 2nd. So we'll be having a lot of housekeeping discussion tomorrow. But essentially, everyone's on notice. We're getting to the time where everything is starting to crunch together. So we'll do our best to try to work with everyone on scheduling, but I do not want a lot of dead time on the calendar simply to wait for cases in chiefs to be presented. We still have to go through, issue our rulings on some of the objections pertaining to Part 1A as well as Part 1B, and then allow you some time to prepare for rebuttal. So we can't be having weeks of dead time in our schedule waiting for cases in chief to be presented. We need to wrap those up. Okay? So with that, we will continue this discussion first thing in the morning, but for now, Mr. Hitchens, please present your panel.
Thank you, Chair Dodek, members of the board and board staff. Andrew Hitchings for Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District. And I'd like to, at the outset, just thank the board for accommodating the schedule for this panel to present it today at 1 o'clock. The protestant, Regional SAN, as I'll refer to the protestant, submitted a written opening statement in this matter with its case in chief on August 31st. I'd like to briefly summarize some of the key points from that written opening statement. Regional SAN currently provides approximately 3.5 million gallons a day of recycled water for beneficial reuse under an existing state water board water right order that allows it to provide up to 10 MGD of recycled water. Regional SAN is also, as I think members of the board are aware, constructing the Echo Water Project, which is a $2 billion investment that's going to provide disinfected tertiary treated effluent suitable for recycling and reuse for a broad range of purposes. And with that, Regional SAN is then planning a substantial increase in its recycled water service based upon the additional capacity that will be available through the Echo Water Project. In fact, the testimony and exhibits that have been submitted show that they do have a new pending petition for change, wastewater petition that would be for up to approximately 50,000 acre feet a year of recycled water service to their so-called South County Ag project. Approval of the California Waterfix petition could impair Regional SAN's rights to the recycled water that it discharges to the extent that the petition itself assumes that the treated effluent will continue to be discharged at the rate or amount that it is, or that it will somehow be available to meet obligations, standards, or objectives that are directly or indirectly related to flows. Those assumptions are factually incorrect, and also not consistent with applicable law as to ownership of treated wastewater discharges. An order in this proceeding that's based upon that assumption could injure Regional San, given that it is a legal user of its wastewater discharges and its rights to those wastewater discharges. So with that, I'd like to turn to the panel and start the direct case in chief and direct exam.
Not before I administer the oath.
Thank you.
If you could please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, answer, yes, I do. Thank you. Now, Mr. Hitchens, you may proceed.
Thank you. The district's witnesses on this panel for part one of the hearing are Prabhakar Somavarapu, the district engineer, and Christoph Dobson, the district's director of policy and planning. And the panel's testimony has two primary purposes. One is to document and attest to the district's rights and interests in the use of its treated wastewater discharges from its Sacramento Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant. And two, to provide foundational evidence regarding the potential injury to the district's rights to its treated wastewater discharges if the California Waterfix project or any order approving it assume or rely on those continued discharges of any particular volume from the district. And the direct testimony, the written testimony that has been submitted and the testimony that will be summarized today touch on those two key purposes. So with that, Mr. Somavarapu, could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Prabhakar Somavarapu, Somavarapu.
And you understand that you're presenting your testimony under oath, correct?
Yes, I do.
Is Exhibit SRCSD-1 an accurate statement of your written testimony?
Yes, it is.
And did you prepare and sign that testimony?
I had the outline from our attorneys, and I made edits and final changes and signed it.
And at this time, would you please summarize your testimony submitted for the proceeding?
I will. I'm the district engineer for Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District, or Regional SAN, serving about 1.4 million people in the Sacramento region, providing wastewater conveyance and treatment services. Regional SAN operates a treatment plant, Sacramento Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant in El Grove, which has a permitted capacity of 181 million gallons per day, dry weather capacity. My testimony is to summarize the improvements that Regional SAN is making to its facility, which expands its ability to recycle its water from the current roughly 3.5 million gallons per day. The project that we're doing today is a regulatory required project, which is approximately, as Mr. Hitchings has mentioned, approximately $2 billion. It is currently under construction, on target to be completed by 2023, as permit requires us to do. And once it's completed, we will be able to have a Title 22 quality water for all of our effluent from May through October, and most of our effluent for the rest of the year. In essence, we would be able to, if opportunities are available in the region, to be able to recycle most of the water from that point on. And we also, our board has adopted a policy in early 2000s to increase our recycling goal to almost 40 million gallons a day by 2024. With that goal in mind, we have embarked on a project which is in a planning phase today, which is what Mr. Hitching just briefly described. And we also, that goal is consistent with the California's goal of increasing recycling in the state, and it would substantially help the state in accomplishing that goal. And much of that project, Mr. Dobson will describe where it is and what it will do.
Thank you. Our next witness on this panel is Christoph Dobson. Mr. Dobson, could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
My name is Christoph Dobson. Last name is spelled D-O-B-S-O-N.
And you understand that you are presenting your testimony under oath, correct?
Yes, I do.
Is Exhibit SRCSD-2 an accurate statement of your written testimony?
Yes, it is.
And did you prepare and sign that testimony?
I did, with the help of counsel and a staff member pulling it together, and I revised it and signed it.
And do you have any corrections to your written testimony to make at the proceeding today?
Yes, I do have one correction. It's on page 6, line 28. There's a reference to Water Code Section 1212, and that should be changed to Section 1211.
And for the record, Regional Sand did submit a notice of errata correction for that on October 28th. At this time, Mr. Dobson, would you please summarize your testimony submitted for the proceeding?
Sure. I'm the Director of Policy and Planning for Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District. We like to go by Regional San. In that capacity, I manage, among several things, I manage the water recycling program. My testimony describes Regional San's goals in developing our ability to recycle water, and also just talk about some of the work we've done in the past on water recycling, as well as what we're currently doing and then the plans for the future, all related to water recycling. For well over a decade, we've been actively involved in numerous efforts to recycle our effluent that comes from the Sacramento Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant. And we're making a lot of progress in that area and are looking to continue to do more water recycling. It's been touched on before, but we have a goal that was approved by our board of directors to increase water recycling throughout the Sacramento region to up to 40 million gallons per day by 2024. We have a master water reclamation permit from the Regional Water Quality Control Board to recycle up to 10 million gallons per day. So that's a smaller plant that's at our treatment plant that's in operation right now. That water is distributed by the Sacramento County Water Agency. It's part of a wholesale agreement that we have with them. So we provide the wholesale water, and then the Sacramento County Water Agency, or SACWA, they deliver it on a retail basis to the customers, which are basically landscape irrigation is what it's used for. Since 2003, we've been doing that, and we've delivered over 3 billion gallons of recycled water down in the city of Elk Grove for that purpose. We also have a number of other water recycling projects, which I touch on in my written testimony, but our most significant and most ambitious project is the South County Agriculture and Habitat Lands Recycled Water Program, and that's a mouthful, so we call it South County Ag for short. This program would provide up to 50,000 acre-feet of water, recycled water, per year in agriculture and habitat lands in South Sacramento County. And basically the idea is that we provide the recycled water to the farming community in that area. They're currently using groundwater, pumping groundwater to irrigate their crops. And in place of that, they could use the recycled water, significantly reduce the amount of water they're pumping, and that allows groundwater recharge to occur. It provides them another source, a dependable source of water. So it provides groundwater recharge, groundwater storage, increases the storage there. And then it also has some very nice ecosystem benefits as well. Currently, just the progress on that project, we released a draft DIR for that program over the summer. Also filed a wastewater change petition under Water Code Section 1211. And we anticipate beginning to deliver recycled water on that project in 2023. And again, 2023 is the date when the Echo Water project comes online. So we hope to have the South County Ag project ready to go so that we can turn the valve when the water is available and deliver the recycled water. And that summarizes my testimony.
That concludes the direct testimony for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hitchens. Let's get an estimate of, actually I did this morning in terms of cost exam, and I believe the department anticipates 20 minutes, and Mr. Herrick anticipates about 5 minutes. Mr. Herrick is now saying no cross? No cross. Anyone else wishing to conduct cross? Oh, okay. Not Ms. Reserve, who stood up and confused me. In that case, then, the Department of Water Resources, you are the only one conducting cross-examination. Please come on up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tom Berliner on behalf of the Department of Water Resources. We don't actually have any cross-examination, but we have an objection to this testimony. It's my understanding that in the protest or objections that was filed by Regional SAN and in Mr. Hitchings' opening statement, he made certain contentions regarding the reliance of the CWF on discharges from Regional SAN's facilities. Neither of the witnesses testified at all on any impact of Regional SAN on the Waterfix discharges or Waterfix discharge or withdrawals, or Waterfix withdrawals on impacts to Regional SAN. Their testimony was very limited as to Regional SAN's program, which is fine, but they have not shown any harm. They have not discussed the Waterfix and its implications for their program. And while I appreciate that Mr. Hitchings said that this testimony was foundational, they've not conducted any cross-examination. This is their case in chief, cross-examination regarding the impacts of Waterfix withdrawals on Regional SAN's discharges, to be specific. This is their case in chief. This is the time that they're supposed to put on their evidence regarding harm, and they haven't had it. They haven't put out any evidence on. So in light of that, we'd ask that this testimony be stricken as not being relevant to showing any injury to a legal user of water.
Your response, Mr. Hitchens?
Yes, thank you. These objections were addressed in the responses that Regional SAN has already submitted to the written objections, and this testimony is foundational evidence. The objection that was just summarized again, there's a little bit of burden shifting going on here. It's their burden to demonstrate no injury to other legal users of water. They have not, notwithstanding the fact that Regional SAN has had detailed comments on the environmental documents. Regional SAN filed its protest in January. They had the opportunity in their direct case in chief to address that, in their petition materials to address that, and have failed to do that. Regional SAN will make the connection with regard to legal injury in its legal briefs, and this foundational evidence is important to do that. There's also evidence that has been submitted by the petitioners that can be used as part of that legal briefing, the modeling evidence and testimony that can make that linkage. But Regional SAN is in an awkward position here in the sense that some of these issues could be considered possibly Part 2 issues, but they don't want to be construed as having waived a legal injury to water rights issue for the purposes of Part 1. And so I would request that the board overrule those objections at this time, and there still are the pending written objections before the board.
Thank you. Any additional comments, Mr. Berliner?
It's my understanding that Regional SAN has not provided any information for the record regarding the water right petition that they have to change their use. In addition, the linkage that Mr. Hitchings referred to in part of their brief is a legal argument, whereas here we're obtaining facts, and we have a right to know the facts upon which they claim injury. We've made our case, and we've based ours on information currently available to us. If there are CEQA issues to be addressed, those will be addressed within the context of the CEQA document. But insofar as a demonstration of injury, we have not seen any from Regional SAN. We don't believe that, given that they've concluded their testimony, that they can show any legal injury.
Thank you. We will take all of that under advisement, both what you have said here today, as well as all the written objections and responses that have been filed with us. And I think what I would like going forward, Mr. Hitchens and other attorneys, is when you complete your case in chief, you have 1 week, a 1 week time frame till noon next week to submit in writing the list of exhibits you wish to move into the record. Other parties have done so, and I think that's just a good practice to continue.
Thank you. We were going to suggest that, so that would be by noon of next Thursday. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Is something else?
Yes, Hans-Peter Walter, San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority. I want to join in that objection. One of the reasons I don't have crosses, I really didn't understand what the injury was from any of the written testimony submitted. And again, San Luis and Delta Mendota joins in the objections. There's really been no showing of injury or any foundation laid for any alleged injury. To the extent they're claiming an injury, I guess, from reliance on their discharges or something like that, it totally lacks foundation and is speculative.
All right, thank you. So noted. Thank you, Mr. Hitchens, and thank you to your witnesses.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Meserve, we're now up to your panel number 1, and I understand, Mr. Mizell, that you wish to have a discussion before she brings up her panel.
Yes, thank you very much. Trip Mizell, DWR. Previously, the department has filed objections to many witnesses on land's witness list, but specifically with regard to land panel 1, as to exhibits that were submitted without a sponsor and exhibits that were submitted without any foundation. On October 31st, there were some erratas filed and a declaration filed by Ms. Meserve. The declaration by Ms. Meserve attempted to cure the objections that we had noted on these exhibits, but it was, she was improperly filing a declaration. Council is not allowed to establish foundation for exhibits in this manner through a declaration. So her declaration was filed on November 2nd at 4:31. So I guess that would have been, last night at 4:31. In fact, the declaration suffers from many of the same problems that our original objection raised. So to that extent, we have an attorney who cannot be cross-examined, trying to cure defects about exhibits that are being submitted into evidence as to what they are, how they were developed, and how much weight they should be given. Also, in part of the declaration, Ms. Meserve admits that she created the exhibits in conjunction with a group called BSK and Associates. To our knowledge, no one from BSK and Associates is being produced as a witness, so we are unable to ask BSK and Associates about these exhibits that were developed. And as per Ms. Meserve's statements, none of her witnesses helped develop them, so we can't ask her witness panel about these exhibits. Again, it is an attempt to cure the defects that we've raised previously through a declaration, and we just believe that's an improper use of a declaration at this time. That's the extent of my objection to what was filed last night. I do have some additional comments on the exhibits that are going to be used by witnesses in panel 1 more specifically.
Let's hold that for now, and let me ask Ms. Meserve to come up and address what you've said so far.
Good afternoon. Turned it off. OSHA Meserve for land et al. let's see. The declaration is quite limited. Obviously, the response is where the meat of what, we received, I think, some 50 pages of objections for every single thing in our case in chief. So I did my best to go through all of that with staff and respond to everything. There was, obviously as council, I worked on making sure that we could pull together all these exhibits. They've objected even to the references within, each expert relied on references, and I had the experts compile those references for the convenience of the parties and of the hearing officers, and they've objected to that.
I believe the objection is would those experts be available for cross-examination?
Well, the experts are all coming forth. We have a long list of witnesses that are about to appear before you, and there will be additional authentication will occur during the panel itself, during each panel with respect to the exhibits. And I would note with respect to the numerous objections to the graphical representations mostly made by BSK Associates, that it's not like every single person who created a graphic that appeared in the cases in chief or in the cases in chief of petitioners or any of the other parties is here today to testify. It would have been impossible for me to know to put those people on the NOI back in January. So I'm not sure what the point of all this is. We're trying to put forth information that helps show that they haven't met their burden regarding injury and that there will in fact be injury. I haven't heard anything about how any of the documents or graphics we've submitted is incorrect, has been altered, anything like that. So I believe all these objections are without merit.
Mr. Mizell?
Yes. It seems, if I understood Ms. Meserve's response correctly, that she was getting into points that I was going to make in the remainder of my objection. The extent to what I've already discussed is that we believe her declaration is inappropriate because it attempts to cure faults with the exhibits as having lack of foundation and lack of a sponsor. When she was responding to the lack of a sponsor, she said, they're either foundational or I crafted them with BSK and Associates. That does not cure the fact that none of her witnesses reference those documents. So submitting documents into evidence that have no basis in the written testimony being filed it's a orphan exhibit. It has no home, it has no testimony, and therefore it can't be effectively cross-examined. And in terms of foundation, what I'd like to do is let Ms. Ainsley provide some additional detail, as many of these objections were prepared by a number of attorneys with DWR.
Ms. Ainsley?
Okay, thank you very much. Again, Julianne Ainsley for the Department of Water Resources. Again, this is sort of a two-part argument, as Mr. Mizell said. The first part is to exhibits that were placed on the exhibit list that had no testimony concerning them or referencing these exhibits. They're listed in our objections. I understand that last night Ms. Osha filed her responses in this declaration seeking to clarify the foundation for those exhibits that had no relevance established or foundation. And so we maintain our objections to those particular exhibits and object to her using herself as a witness to bring them into evidence. The second part was, and this is more to evidence, and I believe in her responses she said that she was trying to put on the exhibit list exhibits that were relied on by her experts but then never discussed or referenced by her experts. So in that way, if an expert wants to rely on evidence, that's of course fine. It's just obviously better if they expressly refer to it and let us know what the evidence is. But our second series of objections was to exhibits that are referenced in the testimony but lacked foundation about their creation. They were clearly figures that were created by an outside company for which there is no witness that purport to show injuries. And we had no information about how they were created, who created them, and it was more of a routine lack of foundation objection. So there's a two parts there, which Ms. Meserve attempts to correct in her declaration filed last night. So that would be the sum of our objections to exhibits that lack foundation and her declaration. We also have, and Mr. Mizell will continue this discussion, we also have objections to revisions to testimony that were submitted earlier this week on Monday.
Before Mr. Mizell moved to that point, Ms. Meserve, your response?
Thank you. Just briefly. With respect to my declaration, I'm a little confused as to the argument that's being made because my declaration doesn't speak to any of the exhibits without references. And I believe that given what you've just discussed in terms of the protestants within 1 week submitting their evidence for their case in chief, that would, to the extent there turns out to be any exhibits that are orphaned for any reason, that would give me a chance to correct that. And then if I don't, obviously they could object. So my declaration does not address that issue. With respect to the maps, I did attach to my declaration additional information regarding how they were made. I also do have a former employee of BSK here today on panel 1, and he is prepared to help authenticate those exhibits. So I apologize that all of the information was not made available right at the time we filed all of this. I could have used an additional 5 hours, but we did the best we could, and I'm going to correct it now. If we don't have the ability, if it doesn't get corrected, then I believe there will be an ample opportunity for the petitioners to bring that up if I cannot correct it.
Everyone else, hang tight for now. I only want to hear from Ms. Meserve and DWR. Ms. Ainsley?
I would just like to say that paragraphs 3 and 4 of her declaration actually do reference the exact exhibits which I stated in our objections lack a sponsoring witness, for lack of a better description, and that I do think it is improper to have the attorney of the case in chief attempt to correct foundational problems with exhibits and testimony that's been submitted. So we renew our objection to her declaration.
All right. Next, Mr. Mizell, would this be your final point?
Yes, just speaking to the modified exhibits that came in on the 31st. So on the 31st, errata were filed for both witness Grant and witness Ringelberg. And both of them introduced new evidence at that time. And in some cases, it was evidence that was not contained within the written materials filed in a timely manner by Ms. Meserve. I'd like to maybe take it point by point so that I'm absolutely clear. With regards to witness Grant, his original PowerPoint slide presentation was 2 pages. It consisted of maps and not a tremendous amount of text. The revised version looks like 7 full pages, many of which contain extensive text explaining the graphics and as well as new text. And apparently on page 7 of that group, he replaced the charts wholesale. So that Mr. Grant's revisions to his PowerPoint, I believe, go beyond the extent to which errata are normally used and actually introduce new testimony at this time. And we think that's improper and would object to that. With regards to Mr. Ringelberg, he filed an errata, and what we have here is a substantial amount of new information. And if we could humor me just for a few more minutes, I'd like to simply walk us through the PowerPoint because I have specific points for each of the pages that we find objectionable. It seems like even right off the the bat with the cover page, he's attempting to clarify and refocus his message by deleting the northern delta term and replacing it just with delta. On its face, that may not be substantive, but we thought that it instructed us to look further into his testimony to see if there were any changes. And when we did, we actually found quite a few. So on page 2, it's actually an entirely new slide. All of the bullet points are new, and the bottom bullet point is not found anywhere within his written testimony. On slide 5, it too is a brand new slide, and the first bullet point is not within his written testimony. Slide 6 is a new slide, but we were able to trace this back to his written testimony. So to the extent that it's simply clarifying the material that he's previously submitted to the board, we would like it noted that it was not previously a slide, but we don't have any objection to the content of the slide itself. On slide 10, the graph has been altered to expand the time frame which it covers on both ends of the scale. Depending upon the point Mr. Ringelberg intends to make with this particular slide, that may be a significant change or not. We were unable to tell at this time if that was significant. Similarly, the graph on slide 11, he extended the graph on the scale to bring it further into May. On slide 12, this is a new slide, and the second bullet point is new opinion. Now, unlike some of the other new materials, this does not provide a reference, and we have no way of verifying it since it's not within his written testimony. So it's very hard to develop effective cross-examination with new unsubstantiated opinion being introduced as a PowerPoint. Slide 13 is new to this PowerPoint, although it is found as an attachment at the very back of his written testimony. So the content, again, is not objectionable, but the fact it's making an appearance so late in the day does cause us some concern. Slide 14, on the other hand, is new material and is not found within his written material anywhere. And if we go to the last slide, slide 16, the second bullet point here, the second point in the paragraph there, is entirely new and not contained within the written testimony. There was no change sheet or red line provided with this information. It took us quite a bit of effort in scrambling to determine what had changed when it was submitted on the 31st. I appreciate your patience in letting me walk you through that, and that is the conclusion of our objections.
All right. Ms. Meserve, hold your horses, Ms. Morris. Ms. Meserve, please, do you have any response?
Thank you. I have to first apologize. This was a clerical error that happened with respect to the rush to get everything uploaded on the deadline for our case in chief, and unfortunately we didn't notice it until a few days ago. So we did submit it as an errata. The file is the same as what was completed a couple days before the deadline, in fact. So I apologize to the parties for this oversight on our part. I think I did check through it in the same way that Mr. Mizell did, because I figured this would be the problem. I think in large part it's, the written testimony supports all of the things in the PowerPoint. I think it's pretty obvious that what was uploaded was a draft that was incomplete, and unfortunately, anyway, it just was a clerical error. But I believe that there's been a few days to review it. I think it generally tracks what the testimony is. I don't think that these are conclusions that Mr. Ringelberg could draw from, the expertise that's outlined in his CV and, that you'll hear about today if we can get to that. So I guess I would ask that we be able to use the correct PowerPoint for purposes of this presentation. I think it would work better for everyone. And to the extent there are continuing objections, that there's actually something new in here and different, that be reserved to deal with at the back end of the proceedings. Thank you.
Okay. Before we take a break to discuss this, I will allow other parties to chime in. Ms. Morris, briefly, please.
I will be brief. I want to join in the objection, and I will just note that there is brand new graphics that were not contained anywhere and opinions. This is surprise testimony. It was clear that if parties wished to use a PowerPoint, they had to submit it on time. And by submitting this at the end of the day on Monday, it is completely inefficient time for us to go through and be able to effectively cross-examine.
Ms. Desjardins, briefly.
Yes, this is in my due process motion. The Ninth Circuit opinion, that is the precedent for the board admitting all of the petitioner's evidence in and weighing objections at the end, is Calhoun versus Baylor. I discuss it in that motion, and to the extent it's applied, it is with the assumption that the evidence can be corroborated during the hearing. I respectfully request that you consider this point in considering this issue.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson?
One of the reasons that I didn't have my clients prepare a summary is because in terms of the evidence, it is, the summary runs the risk of limiting what you put in terms of evidence, and people look only at the summaries. Well, the rules here are basically designed to go more to the weight of the evidence than the admissibility of the evidence. And we're all who've practiced in front of you for years used to that. It became very clear early in this hearing that the goal of the inadequately presented proponents, by the way, there is
Jackson, you're on thin ice here.
Well, this is terrible. So I need to express some of it. There's a motion in front of you, which my clients have joined, to dismiss this petition because it's inadequate under the law. So what we're getting now is sort of a gang up on parties who are trying to present evidence to show injury when it's not their duty to show injury. It's the other side's duty to show injury. And this is, I know you're not going to like it, but this is a violation of due process, both procedural and substantive due process. And usually in a courtroom where we have tighter rules on what's admissible in terms of evidence, what's admissible in terms of demonstrative evidence, which is what they're trying to do here, to demonstrate to you what they think is important in the broader amount of evidence that they've shown you. What's happening is that the cases are getting steadily narrowed so that the people who are affected can't put on their evidence and demonstrate to you while they put it on what the foundation is and what the relevance is. And so it seems to me that fundamental fairness is what due process is about. And there are two standards here. And maybe it's our fault that we didn't notice early enough that we were not supposed to try to deprive the state and the federal government from their opportunity to put on their case the way they saw it. But
Wrap up, please, Mr. Jackson.
that's what's happening to us now. Thanks.
Anyone else wishing to put in their 2 cents? All right. With that, we will take a break. It's about 2 o'clock. Well, 2 o'clock by one of the other time clocks there. We will resume at 2:15. All right, we are back in session. Mr. Mizell, I'm glad you're sitting up there because I have some questions. You had a concern with respect to witness Grant's presentation. Mr. Baker, if you could put up the screen for everyone to see. According to what I have, what Mr. Grant revised was his statement of qualifications.
That's correct. I was actually standing up here to make a correction. I was erroneously referring to Mr. Grant. What I meant to refer to was Mr. Tootle, IL 37, I believe. So the first objection was to Mr. Tootle. I recognize that he's not presenting until panel 2, I believe. And so I had that misfiled in my notes, and I apologize.
All right, so now we're left with just Mr. Ringelberg. Did I pronounce his name correctly? All right. In that case, consistent with the board's policy of discouraging surprise testimony, the objections with respect to Mr. Ringelberg's revised PowerPoint presentation, that's II-25 revised, is sustained. With respect to introduction of new evidence and new information, before I continue, the remainder of the objections voiced by DWR and joined by Ms. Morris will take under advisement. But with respect to the revised presentation by Mr. Ringelberg, 22-25 revised, that objection is sustained. Ms. Meserve, I will give you the option, if you would like, to have Mr. Ringelberg present his case in chief tomorrow after he's had a chance to review his material. Why we are not allowing II II-25 revised, he has submitted a prior presentation that he may use. He may, of course, also refer to exhibits that he had previously submitted, his testimony, as well as figures and information in that testimony as part of his presentation of his case in chief. If he's prepared to do that today, wonderful. If not, you may have until tomorrow to recall him.
Thank you. May I confer with Mr. Ringelberg just briefly?
All right. And Mr. Mizell, since you have revised your other objection to pertaining to a witness from panel 2, we will revisit that tomorrow, but unless something is drastically different, if it pertains to surprise testimony, the ruling should be expected to be similar.
Thank you.
Ms. Meserve?
Yes, Mr. Ringelberg is prepared to go forward today on his original PowerPoint and testimony. And then with respect to the Tootle testimony for tomorrow, I'm not sure if, I guess they're still objecting. I guess I would just ask that the petitioners reconsider their objections to Tootle. It's really just pictures of things that are other places, and I've referenced those within the slides Tootle's slides reference them. So there's nothing surprising in Mr. Tootle's testimony. Of course, so that I don't think there should be any problem with Mr. Tootle's. We respect the board's ruling regarding Mr. Ringelberg's testimony.
We will revisit that tomorrow since we did not get a chance to discuss that previously. All right, with that then, thank you all for weighing in on that topic. We will now turn to Ms. Meserve to present her panel number 1. Do you wish to provide a policy/opening statement first?
Madam Hearing Officer, Michael Van Zant for the salinity panel, the combined salinity panel. I'll be doing the examination of this panel and defending the cross.
So no statement?
There is a statement, a short statement of opening statement, yes.
All right. You know what? I'll just go ahead and ask you to stand and raise your right hand, and we'll get that done with. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth? If so, answer yes, I do.
Yes.
Thank you. Be seated, and you may begin with your statement.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, members of the board, staff. This panel will be presenting 2 farmers, operators, managers of farms in the North Delta, in particular Ryer Island and areas that are close to Ryer Island. That's Mr. Tom Hester, who's the president of Islands, Inc., and Mr. Brad Lang, who is a member of Lang Twins, but also a partner in Diablo Vineyards. We also have R. Stanley Grant, who will be presenting some expert testimony. And we also have Dr. Michelle Leinfelder Miles, who will also be presenting expert testimony, and then Mr. Eric Ringelberg as well. To start off with Mr. Hester, Mr. Hester is the president of Islands, Inc., and he's a longtime resident of the Delta and has farmed on Ryer Island for over 36 years. So there's 2 Ryer Islands in the Delta, so it's important to distinguish. The Ryer Island that is involved here is just north of Rio Vista, served by Miner Slough and Steamboat Slough, both tributaries to the Sacramento River. Islands owns riparian water rights that acquired beginning in 1868, currently places about 9,269 acre-feet of water to beneficial use, irrigating permanent crops and also some annuals. Irrigation methods that they use include sprinklers, flood irrigation, and sub-irrigation, and the water is diverted from minor and streamlet sloughs and some other sloughs in the vicinity of Ryer Island using a system of siphons. And you'll hear Mr. Hester testify about his concern for the quality of water as it may be affected by the Waterfix proposal, and in particular his concerns about saltwater intrusion into the Delta and its potential impacts on his farming operations at Ryer Island for Islands, Inc. We're also concerned about the quantity of water that will be available if Waterfix is approved, and he will talk specifically about the effect of withdrawing that amount of water potentially on his siphons in the 2 sloughs. And basically, you'll hear from him that without sufficient quantity and quality of water, there could be damage to his crops to the point where they may be destroyed. And he does ask that the board deny this petition. For Mr. Brad Lang, you'll hear his testimony. He is the owner and operator of Lang Twins, Inc., which is a partner in Diablo Vineyards. They grow grapes in Lodi, Clements Foothills east of Lodi in the North Delta under the name of Lang Twins. In the North Delta, Lang Twins farms about 1,600 acres of grape on Ryer Island, Pearson District, and Merritt Island. Now, Mr. Lang will testify that it takes a considerable amount of investment to grow grapes in the Delta, and that considerable amount of investment is at risk if Lang Twins of Diablo Vineyards and the other grape operations do not receive sufficient quantities of high-quality water. Mr. Lang will also be talking about his observations over the decades of growing grapes in the Delta, that's on the tolerance of those grapes for salt intrusion in the Delta. Mr. Lang will testify he has experience with salt intrusion in the recent drought years, and he will talk about those experiences with the board. Now, turning to the combined salinity panel, this testimony is being offered on behalf of Islands, Inc., Delta Watershed Landowner Coalition, Bogle Vineyards, Diablo Vineyards, Stillwater Orchards, and the local agencies of the North Delta. And it is the combined efforts of these 3 qualified experts that you see before you on crops that are grown in the Delta. So first you'll hear from R. Stanley Grant. Mr. Grant has a BS in Geography from California State University Hayward and MS in Soil Science from the University of California, Davis. He's a certified professional horticulturalist and a certified professional soil scientist. He has 29 years of experience, and he'll testify about the Waterfix opportunities to add saltwater intrusion and about the saline water use in the Delta. Next, you'll hear from Dr. Michelle Leinfelder Miles. Dr. Leinfelder Miles is a Delta Crops Resource Management Advisor with the University of California Cooperative Extension in San Joaquin County. She has 18 years experience in agricultural cropping systems, and Dr. Leinfelder Miles has a BS in Crop Science and Management from UC Davis and MS in Horticulture from Cornell University and her PhD in Horticulture from Cornell University. and Dr. Leinfelder Miles will testify about the soil chemistry associated with salt intrusion on croplands and will provide evidence of soil testing that she actually conducted herself on Ryer Island as it relates to the issue of salt buildup in the soil. And finally, you'll hear from Mr. Eric Ringelberg. Mr. Ringelberg is a PhD candidate in riparian and wetland research at the University of Montana. He has a BS in microbiology from Colorado State University and an MS in environmental science from Lesley University in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Mr. Ringelberg will testify about the likely impacts on agriculture from Waterfix as it relates to water quantity and quality in the Sacramento River downstream of the North Delta intakes. And he will also provide some criticism of the project analysis that has been presented by petitioners. First, I would like to direct my questions to Mr. Hester, if I may. Mr. Hester, will you state your name for the record, please? Is your microphone on?
I'm Tom Hester.
Thank you. And where are you employed, Mr. Hester?
I'm employed with Islands Incorporated, which is located on Ryer Island in the Delta.
And what position do you hold at Islands, Inc.?
I'm currently the president, general manager in charge of the farming operation.
And how long have you worked at Islands, Inc.?
36 plus years.
Okay. What other positions have you held at Islands, Inc. over the years?
Well, I've held everything that has to pertain with agriculture, but previously I was the vice president of the company and did virtually the same duties that I do now.
Okay. And how long have you actually been the president of Islands, Inc.?
Approximately 5 years.
Okay. Where is Islands, Inc. located?
It's about 30 miles south of Sacramento, 2 miles north of Rio Vista, just west of the Sacramento, east of the Sacramento Deepwater Channel, which is also Cache Slough.
Okay. And how many employees does Islands, Inc. have?
We have about 12 to 15 full-time employees, 30 during the season, and then we'll also hire more employees for harvesting of fruit during that time of the year.
Okay. And how many acres does Islands, Inc. farm on Ryer Island?
We own about 6,000 acres. We farm about 3,700 acres, and we lease out the remaining acres to some other tenant farmers.
Okay. Are you familiar with Island, Inc.'s water rights?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And what type of water rights does Island, Inc. own?
We have riparian and pre-1914.
I'm going to show you Exhibit II-37, if I could, please. Mr. Hester, do you recognize II-37?
Yes, these are 14 of the diversions that Islands uses to divert water into the island.
Okay. And based on your personal knowledge of Islands, Inc.'s water rights, does II-37 accurately reflect the water rights that Island, Inc. Claims?
Yes, last year we had to go through the exercise of having to research and validate these water rights. And yeah, I can see that those are them. And I also did the applications for the SO numbers.
Okay. What is the total amount of water that Islands, Inc. diverts in a year?
In 2015, we diverted 9,269 acre feet.
And what are the sources of water that Islands, Inc. uses?
Ryer Island's surrounded by 4 sloughs. We have Cache, Sutter, Steamboat, and Minor. We divert water from all four of those sloughs.
Okay. How many points of diversion or intakes does Island, Inc. have along these sloughs?
We have 17 that we use.
Okay. Show you Exhibit II-38. And Mr. Hester, can you describe for the record what II-38 is?
It's a map of Ryer Island.
Okay. And is this a true depiction of the intakes around Ryer Island that Islands, Inc. uses?
Yes, it does. It shows the property that we own, and it also shows the intakes that supply those parcels.
And maybe you can walk around a little bit in terms of the internal features of the island, the what appear to be some internal waterways.
Yeah, most of these islands are shaped kind of like a bowl, and so a lot of those lines, they're property lines and they're also ditch lines. And so everything drains towards the middle, and the center of the island is Elk Slough. So everything will drain from the outside into that Elk Slough area, which will eventually go to the south for discharge.
Okay. Why are you testifying here today, Mr. Hester?
Stand up for and protect our water rights. This application is to protect the water rights of Central Valley Project and State Water Project, but our existing water rights need to be protected also. And this board needs to recognize that. This petition has the potential to injure those existing water rights that we have.
What types of crops does Islands Inc. grow on Ryer Island?
We grow pears, apples, cherries, alfalfa, tomatoes, corn, wheat, safflower.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit II-39, please. And are you familiar with II-39, Mr. Hester?
Yeah, this is a spreadsheet that we put up that shows the ranches that we own, the acres on those ranches, the crops that are planted with the acres on those, and who are the growers on those properties.
Okay. And is this a true and correct copy of the cropping patterns, the crop map that Islands Inc. Operates under?
Yes, that's true. It changes year to year, but the cropping pattern a little bit, but we do one of those every year, yes.
Okay. Now, what type of irrigation methods does Islands Inc. use?
We'll use sub, sprinkler, flood, and furrow irrigate.
Okay. Now, how is the water distributed to Islands Inc.'s farms within Ryer Island?
We, through the series of siphons and from the sloughs, the water will be diverted off those sloughs into the island, and then they'll go into a series of canals, and then water will be pumped out of those canals on adjacent fields to those crops.
How do the siphons actually work?
Well, the Primus siphon will vacuum the air out of it, and then it'll gravity feed into those adjacent canals.
Okay, so the distribution of water throughout the island is primarily through gravity feed?
Yes, it's gravity feed.
Okay. And do the siphons depend on a certain level of water in order to work?
Yeah, the higher the water is in the river, the more efficient they are, the more water you'll get. The lower the water is in the river, the less water you'll get. If the water goes low enough in the river, then the siphons won't work at all.
Okay. So what are some of the concerns that you have about California Waterfix and the new tunnels?
Well, salinity is an issue. Water levels in the river is an issue. Subsidence of the land's an issue. Crop damage is an issue. Maintaining the supply chain is an issue, and also crop financing.
Okay. Well, what are your concerns about salinity and California Waterfix?
Well, salinity goes up, it can damage the crop, it can damage the plant, and it could also put permanent damage on the ground. And so we want to make sure that we keep our water clean so that we don't have to add that salinity into the island.
And how do you monitor the salinity in the river at this point?
There's several monitoring sites around the outside of the island, and when we know that there's issues or potential low flows that we have to monitor, we'll watch those monitoring devices. And if the salinity comes up, if the numbers come up too high, then we'll have to shut off those diversions.
What must you do to protect crops on Ryer Island if there is high salinity in the river?
Well, if we see that, then yes, we'll shut off the water to those siphons, and it could starve those crops of water.
So what happens to the crops if you have to shut down the siphons and can't irrigate?
Well, we could see low yields or unmarketable crops. We could see plant damage, and if it's severe enough, you could actually see that the plant will die. And in permanent crops, you could see permanent damage in them.
What are your concerns about water levels as a result of California Waterfix?
If the water levels go too low, then we won't get enough water. And usually when the water levels are too low, then we don't have good flows in the river. And if that's the case, there's a pretty good chance that you have salinity issues. And if those salinity issues are high in combination with the low flows, then there's a pretty good chance we're not going to have enough water on the island to supply all the crops. And if that's the case, if that happens, then that's an injury to our water rights.
Mr. Hester, does Islands Inc. have a contract with the North Delta Water Agency that provides any water to your farm?
Ryer Island is within the boundaries of the North Delta Water Agency. And the North Delta Water Agency has a contract with the state of California. It's a quality contract.
Okay. Does that contract with North Delta Water Agency protect your farm from reductions in water supply that will be caused by California Waterfix?
It's not a protection. There is a safety net, but it's based off of drought situation, and usually a drought situation is an act of God. And if you were to take water out of the top part of siphon water off before it comes down to us, well, that's not an act of God. So I don't know if you'd be protected from that or not.
Does the contract with North Delta Water Agency protect your riparian rights in the Delta?
No.
What are your concerns about the supply chain as a result of California Waterfix?
Well, if you have to make crop adjustments and you lose crops, you'll have to change your cropping pattern. You could lose the buyers for those crops. You can lose the suppliers for those crops, and pretty soon things start to collapse. You don't have all your tools that you're able to use.
Okay. What financial impacts do you think the tunnels will have on Islands Inc.?
We use a operating loan for the crops, and a lot of farmers do. And when we were in the drought, we were asked questions about water supply and water quality. And if that's an issue, if you have an issue where you can't prove that you have good water quality or good water supply, it might pull your operating loan from you. You might not be able to get one.
And that could affect your ability to get the line of credit, you say?
Yes.
Okay. Do the recent droughts cause you some concerns regarding California Waterfix?
Yes, we noticed that there was higher salinity in the rivers around us, and there was also proposed to put barriers up. Those barriers could have cut us off from water flows coming through. It could erase salinity on us. Yeah, that was a concern. If this petition goes through, that could create a permanent type drought situation, which we would consider as an injury to our existing water right.
And Mr. Hester, last question, what are you asking the board to do?
I would ask him to deny this petition.
Thank you, Mr. Hester. I'd like to turn questions to Mr. Lang, if I could. Mr. Lang, will you state your name for the record, please?
Bradford Lang.
And Mr. Lang, what's your relationship to Diablo Vineyards?
I'm a co-owner, partner, as well as the general manager.
And how many years have you been associated with Diablo Vineyards?
Since its inception in 2001, 15 years.
And what does Diablo Vineyards produce?
Wine grapes, exclusively.
Okay. And are you associated with a vineyard management company?
Yes, I am. Lang Twins, Inc., of which I'm part of.
Okay. And how many acres of vineyards does Lang Twins, Inc. manage?
We have approximately 1,400 acres of our own family ground, also about 6,500 acres of other ground throughout our viticultural areas that we farm in.
And where exactly does Lang Twins farm then?
We farm in three distinct viticultural areas. One is in the Clements Hills east of Lodi. The other is Lodi in itself, the surrounding areas of the city of Lodi, and also the North Delta.
Okay. And do you know how many tons of grapes Lang Twins produces in the North Delta on an annual basis?
Depending on the year, but we will produce around 12,000 tons, which equates to about 2.5 million gallons of wine.
And where on Riar Islands are your grapes grown?
We are located primarily in the southern part of the island. The first vineyard is on the far southern tip of Riar Island. The balance is on the east side of the island that lie within or on Steamboat Slough.
And how many acres on Riar Island do you farm?
Approximately 600 acres.
Okay. And how long have you been farming on Riar Island?
Since about 2001.
Okay. Are you familiar with the water rights used by Lang Twins on Riar Island?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit Land 6, please. If you can go down to the bottom, I think is where, can you zoom out a little bit? Okay. Mr. Lang, can you identify the water rights on Land 6 that are located on Riar Island?
Yes, it's there are two diversions on the vineyards that are border on Steamboat Slough, as well as you go further south, right to the tip of the island, there is another diversion there.
And those are the blue triangles that you
Yes.
show? Okay. And you have some other diversions that you manage as well within the Delta?
As you go north, there's other diversions, one on Snodgrass Slough, two on Snodgrass Slough, and one in Duck Slough, and one on Elk Slough, up on Merritt Island.
Can you scroll up a little bit, please? And Mr. Lang, is this a true and correct depiction of your diversion points in and around Riar Island and the Delta?
Yes.
Okay. And the areas that are marked in yellow there, do you identify those, please?
My eyes aren't what they used to be, excuse me, and this is really dark. So.
Green? It looks yellow on here. Is that the location of the tunnels?
Well, yes, I mean, to me it's green. The diversion sites?
Yes.
Yes.
We'll say lime we'll compromise on lime.
All right, okay, good. I'm with you.
Thank you.
Yes, we on what's labeled wheelhouse, that's on Merritt Island. It would be virtually adjacent to a couple of the intakes that are being proposed.
And Mr. Lang, do you know what types of water rights Lang Twins manages in and around Riar Island?
Yes.
And what type is it?
It's a pre-1914 riparian water rights.
Okay. And I asked Mr. Hessler this question, I'll ask you the same. Do you have a contract, or is there a contract with the North Delta Water Agency that benefits your operations?
My understanding of the contract that North Delta Water Agency has protects what's actually in the contract, but it does not mention or address any concerns for my pre-1914 riparian water rights.
Can you tell us what type of varietals you grow on Riar Island?
We grow Pinot Grigio, Pinot Noir, Gewürztraminer, Chenin Blanc, Chardonnay, Viognier, and a little bit of Symphony.
Okay. And what is the market for your wines?
The markets that are open to us is not only nationwide but internationally.
Okay. Is there anything special about the grapes that are grown in the North Delta?
Yeah, it's like I mentioned earlier, we farm in three distinct viticultural areas, the North Delta being one. North Delta is a very unique environment, not only for the soils and the temperatures, but also the Delta, what we affectionately call breezes, which really are Delta winds, that really cool off, coming through and off of San Francisco Bay, cools off the Delta region very quickly, as opposed to as we go east into Lodi and Clements So with that coolness and short heat spikes, it gives us a totally different character within the wines that we use in the wines that we produce. So the relationship that the Delta has with not only the surrounding water within the Delta, but also San Francisco Bay and the onshore breezes that we predominantly get through our growing season, we really truly have a unique character of wine that is different from what we have in Lodi and what we have in Clements Hills. Actually, quite a few of our customers specifically request having their fruit being sourced from the North Delta.
Okay. Mr. Lang, what type of investment does it take to grow wine grapes in this area?
In today's dollars, we would expect to spend about $14,000 to $15,000 just in the development of per acre, just in the development of the vineyard. That would represent the 1,600 acres that we currently have in the Delta. That would represent about $24 million investment. We'd also have to factor in the land cost, which I would estimate to be somewhere around another $24 million worth of investment, or about $16,000 an acre. So between the two, if you add it up, we have $30,000 per acre invested in the crops and the vines that we farm. With that type of investment, we consider that a generational investment. It definitely takes a number of years before we could start recouping the dollars that it took to invest in that vineyard.
Okay. Mr. Lang, do you have any concerns about water quality in the North Delta as it relates to California Waterfix?
Yes, with the diversions of water out of the Sacramento River, it will produce less fresh water going through the Delta, which will begin the degradation of our quality of water. Our water quality is critical to our vineyards. As a permanent crop, it will show an accumulation of salt within the plant over time. With that accumulation, then, it will be, if it's high enough, it will then begin to affect yield, and it will affect grape quality, resulting in less wine quality. So it's a direct threat to our business. It's a direct threat to the people that depend upon us for sourcing of the grapes. It's a direct threat to the ongoing success of our agricultural enterprise.
And Mr. Lang, what are your concerns about California Waterfix and the tunnels that are proposed here?
I see it as removing from our system the ability to not only continue to provide good quantity of water, but also quality of water, which injures my pre-1914 water rights. Again, water is critical. So I would view the twin tunnels as, or the diversions and the amount of the diversions as a direct threat to the ongoing success of my farming operation.
And Mr. Lang, final question, what are you asking the board to do?
I encourage and respectfully request that you deny the petition.
Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to turn my attention to Mr. R. Stanley Grant, please. Mr. Grant, would you take a look, please, at II1? No, excuse me, II1 revised. Yeah, II1 revised. And Mr. Grant, is this a true and correct statement of your qualifications?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Would you just summarize your qualifications for the board, please?
Certainly. I am a vineyard consultant and soil scientist. And I'm self-employed. My company is Progressive Viticulture. I received a Bachelor's of Science degree with in geography with an emphasis in physical geography, that is the lay of the land, landforms, soils, vegetation, and the interaction between all of those things. I worked for a few years in the capacity as a geographer, first as a cartographer with the U.S. Geological Survey, and then in the aerospace industry. I was part of an interdisciplinary group that developed a guidance system for a cruise missile, and that cruise missile would fix upon water bodies and use those water bodies as reference points in its navigation. I then returned to college because I wanted to get into agriculture, studied soil science at UC Davis, attained a master's degree with an emphasis in soil fertility. I am a certified professional horticulturist through the American Society for Horticultural Science, and which I've been for a couple decades. Also a certified professional soil scientist through the Soil Science Society of America. I have 29 years experience as a professional agriculturist, and I first worked in the Sacramento River Delta in 1987 as a student intern. And I've been involved in varying degrees since. During my tenure as viticulturist at Gallo Vineyards, I had occasion to work there. And also, while I was director of farming for Duarte Nursery, I did some customer service work for them. And since 2001, the Delta has been a primary market for my consulting business. During the growing season, I'm there every Tuesday and usually every other Monday. Currently, I am working on a petition that will be submitted to the Department of Treasury, the TTB, to enlarge the Clarksburg American Viticultural Area, which includes almost the entirety of the North Delta. And that summarizes my experience.
Thank you. Could we take a look at II2, please? Let's just scroll down there. Okay. Mr. Grant, I'm showing you a copy of II2. Is this a true and correct copy of the testimony you submitted to the board?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And there are a series of exhibits that you've also associated with your testimony, II4 through II11. And are those all true and correct copies of the materials that you reference inside your testimony?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Grant, if you would, please, you have a PowerPoint you'd like to present to the hearing officers.
Please. Would like to actually skip the first slide. It just has to do with saltwater intrusion into the Delta. And I'd really like to go right into the next slide and talk about these blends of seawater and river water that are brackish. They are rich in dissolved minerals, which are known as salts. High levels of sodium and chloride are among the minerals in seawater and blends of seawater and fresh water. So these waters are at the same time saline, sodic, and high in chloride, and they harm crops in several ways, which is really what I want to talk to you about today. And I want to emphasize woody perennial crops, trees and vines in particular, because, well, for several reasons. One is, as you've just heard from Mr. Lang, there are high capital costs for their development, and because of this, there are long-term return on investment expectations. Also, trees and vines are quite sensitive to salinity. And we are also concerned about long-term exposures with perennial crops because every year's crop, well, in the case of grapevines, next year's crop has actually been determined in part this year. And so we're always managing two crops, the one that's developing in the buds and the one that's hanging on the vine. And so we concerned about long-term effects of exposure and decline. The other factor is the increasing acreage of vineyard and orchards in the Delta. This has been an ongoing trend. It's a trend that is likely to continue. There's new vineyards and orchards going in as we speak. And part of the reason for that is, again, as Mr. Lang mentioned, it's a successful venture. Vineyards and orchards do quite well there. They're well suited for it. And in fact, when I really first started consulting in the Delta in 2001, there was about 5,000, maybe 6,000 acres of wine grapes in the Delta. Right now, there's nearly 22,000. So it's gives you an idea of the magnitude of the expansion. Now, soils, and I'm just talking in general about soils in California, they're about 45% mineral matter, about 25% air, about 25% water, and about 5% partially decomposed plant and animal remains, what we call organic matter. The liquid part we call the soil solution. And now these soil solutions have very little capacity to resist chemical change. That is, they have very low buffering capacity. So as a consequence, irrigation water passing through soils easily change the chemistry of that soil solution. So soils receiving saline, sodic, and high chloride irrigation waters will very rapidly become themselves similarly saline, sodic, and high in chloride. Now, when concentrations of salts increase, when they reach a certain level, measured as electrical conductivity, it'll create an osmotic gradient, an energy gradient essentially. And trees and vines have to work against that energy gradient to take up in water. So essentially, the salts predispose trees and vines to water stress. This begins to happen for vines in the range of 1.5 to 2.5 decisiemens per meter, measured as electrical conductivity. For trees, the threshold's lower. I'm speaking mainly about vines because that's my expertise. Here are some data to underscore that point. In this table on the top line, we have irrigation water salinity, again in decisiemens per meter. And then the second line, we have grape yield. And as you can see it at an irrigation salinity level of 1 decisiemens per meter, there's really no impact on yield. But by the time you get out to 4.5 decisiemens per meter, the yield has been cut in half. Now, pears and cherries, and presumably apples, which are the most common tree crops in the Delta, are more sensitive to salinity than grapevines. So we would expect the harm, the yield reduction, to be greater than what's illustrated in these data. Now, we're also concerned about the effects of salinity on soils and how that impacts the root zones for trees and vines. These salts are neutral associations of positively and negatively charged ions. Positive ones we call cations, negative ones anions. In waters that are affected by seawater, saltwater intrusion, the most prevalent cation is sodium. And as sodium will increase in soils, of course, receiving these waters for irrigations. Soils themselves are negatively charged, and this charge resides mainly in the organic matter and in the clay minerals. And so these positively charged ions will adhere to the soil particles. When sodium is abundant, it will displace other cations in the water, and we measure this as the exchangeable sodium percentage, or ESP. Now, as the ESP, the exchangeable sodium percentage, approaches 6%, soil particles will disperse rather than aggregate. And when that happens, the porosity of the soil decreases, its permeability to air, water, and elongating plant roots diminishes, and the root environment becomes, well, it has the potential to become waterlogged and anoxic. And of course, that's an environment that's not healthy for roots. It's also not healthy for all the soil microbes that benefit those roots. On the other hand, though, it is beneficial to those microbes that are pathogenic to plants. And so under these conditions, plant growth and productivity diminishes, and because of the compromised root system, so does their use of water. In this chart, I just want to draw your attention to the diagonal line. And what this chart does is it relates the relative content of sodium in irrigation water to the relative content of sodium in soil. And that arrow there points to that threshold value of 6%. So you can see that it doesn't take much sodium on the scale here to cause problems for trees and vines. To minimize stress, crops irrigated with saline water need more water than they would if they were irrigated with Sacramento River water, which is fairly pure. They need this extra water when they're irrigated with salty water to overcome that salt-induced water stress. Growers will also use it to leach, dilute and leach those salts from the root zone. They want to move those salts away from the roots to the ground below. And this extra water that is required is termed a leaching fraction. And in this chart, we have on the horizontal axis the electrical conductivity of the irrigation water, and then on the vertical axis we have the weighted uptake of salinity taken up by the plants. And what I want to draw our attention to is the red box at the bottom for sensitive crops. We're talking about trees and vines. And the first arrow shows a line there, that diagonal line. If you go up to the top, it says 0.5. That's an extra 5% water that's required for those plants. That would apply to some trees, some very sensitive plants. For vines, which are a bit more tolerant, the level will be higher, but you can see that by about 2.25 decisiemens per meter, they require 50% more water to dilute and leach the salts from the root zone. Now, this leaching fraction reduces the efficiency of water applied. It increases what we call the application efficiency, that is the amount of water that you apply that actually stays in the root zone because you're purposely applying more than you want to move those salts out. Secondly, it diminishes the amount of water that's beneficially used by the crop, again, because water is being moved intentionally out of the root zone. Along with that, we have an increased energy consumption for the additional pumping costs for that extra water, and along with that, we have increased costs for labor, system maintenance, and other aspects of irrigation. As I mentioned, sodium and chloride are prominent in blends of intruded seawater and river water. They readily associate due to their negative charges, but they bond very weakly. They have very weak ionic bonds, and so they are highly soluble, and they will readily dissociate. Now, both those ions, when they're in the soil solution, will readily move from the soil into the plants as they take up water. And once they're in the plants, they're going to move as far as they can. They're following the transpiration stream, that is the water that's flowing through the plant and out into the atmosphere through the tiny pores on the leaves. And so their destination is the edges of the leaves. And these ions will accumulate there on the edges of the leaves, and when the concentrations are sufficient, they will become toxic and those tissues will die. And the threshold concentrations for grapes are about 0.25% sodium and about 0.5 chloride, 0.5%. Here are some data for two vineyards, adjacent vineyards on Merritt Island, late in 2010, late October 2010. And I want to draw your attention over to the far right, the chloride numbers. These are well above that 0.5% threshold value, and these leaves showed that at that time. More telling, though, is what was going on in the soil, where these salts were coming from, these chlorides. Both vineyards, you can see here, in the area that was affected, had elevated salts, well above the 2.5 upper threshold, and the chloride levels were, well, that salinity was due, as you can see, mainly to chloride, because the chloride was well above the 350 parts per million, which is our threshold value of concern in soils in vineyards. So what does this mean? Well, these leaves on vines and trees, they're little solar panels. They're out capturing sunlight, converting that radiant energy into chemical energy. And when those tissues are damaged, essentially that solar panel is not the size it used to be, and so the plant's capacity to photosynthesize, to grow, develop and ripen fruit, to ripen woody tissues, and all those things are compromised. And the ripening of woody tissues is actually very important on trees and vines because those woody tissues will bear most of the fruit the next year. In some very severe cases, it actually affects the plant's capacity to survive. Here are some data, and I want to draw your attention to the data point there in red. It corresponds, and this is an error, this has been changed actually. It corresponds to a concentration of 1,700 parts per million chloride. That's a typo. And along with that, there's a 52% yield reduction. From the same study, they looked at vine survival. Again, looking at the 1,700 part per million chloride concentration in the soil solution. In the fourth year of this study, they had 17% of the vines die. Now, berries, grape berries, are also destinations for sodium and chloride. And when the concentrations of sodium and chloride become sufficiently high in berries, the wines that are made from these berries, their sensory characteristics are impacted, and they are distinguishable as salty flavor. Other descriptors for such wine include flat, dull, soapy, seawater-like, brackish, and these are characteristics that don't appeal to winemakers or wine consumers, and actually you end up with a wine that's not sellable. So as with salinity, management of excess sodium and chloride requires additional water. And again, applying that additional water decreases the efficiency of the applied water, both in terms of application efficiency and irrigation efficiency. There's another negative component about that, and that is about this situation too, and that is sodium, being positively charged, competes with other positively charged ions, mineral nutrient ions in the soil, like potassium, magnesium, and calcium. And so when it's prevalent like that, the vines are less able to take up potassium and magnesium. Chloride competes negatively with nitrate, which is the primary form of nitrogen taken up by trees and vines. So to overcome these imbalances in mineral nutrients and ensure that plants are properly nourished, growers need to apply more fertilizer when soils are high in sodium and chloride. One more important thing, and that is, I've talked about leaching and applying this extra water. Well, leaching is only effective when that water that's pushed below the root zone has somewhere to go. So a secondary requirement for leaching is adequate subsurface drainage. Unfortunately, well-drained soils are somewhat uncommon in the Delta. Rather, most soils are subject to high water tables that restrict drainage. That can be overcome, but it requires expensive drainage systems. So I'm going to show you a project in which we use these drainage systems. These are a series of soil maps. We're looking at topsoil here, and if you would look at the dark red, those are areas of concentrated salts. That's in the topsoil. In the subsoil, they're actually more concentrated, but a little more widespread. The reason for the concentration is this piece of ground. You wouldn't know it driving by, but it is ridged. It was ridged slightly for irrigation purposes, which facilitated the growing of field crops. Not necessary for vines, but the client I'm working with was looking at this site for vineyard. This is the moisture in the soil at the time the soils were mapped, and you can see that we're dark blue there. That's where the moisture was highest, and that's also where the chloride was highest. Those are zones of accumulation. Below ground, it's a little different, and you can see it's uniformly very wet. 60% moisture is high moisture, and that's because of the high water table. A little less where the ridges were, but by and large, the entire soil is wet. And an additional challenge is that it's a soil that the entire property is mapped as Sacramento clay. It's a soil that doesn't have a large drainage potential. This is the tile drain system the grower put in. And the tile drain system is kind of a misnomer. What it is a series of perforated pipes enveloped in gravel. And the spacing is varied according to the concentration of chloride. We used the soil data to design the system. And there's a pump at the south end there. If you can read, it says sump. That pump creates a negative pressure that draws the soil water out. The grower put this in at a cost of about $160,000. We also blocked the vineyard according to the soil conditions. Blocks 1, 3, 5, and 7 and 8 were planted immediately because we didn't have a concern. The part that was tile drained was farmed with field crops for a year or two to help leach, to give opportunity to leach out that chloride and the other salts. And this is the vineyard in July 2015. The grower's done a very good job. It's a nice, uniform, highly productive vineyard. There's a complication, of course, when you have tile drains, and that is you have to take that salt-laden water and put it somewhere. Well, it goes back into the sloughs in the rivers. And that by itself is not really a problem now, but it certainly could be if growers in the Delta are having to deal with waters that are laden with salts from intruding salt water from the Bay estuary. So the ultimate solution is actually the current situation, and that is continued use of very high quality Sacramento irrigation water. And I have some real data to kind of back that up too. This is just some samples collected at random for a vineyard I work with on Grand Island. And you can see on the EC values, the salinity values, you know, he's got one date he had 0. That water's nearly pure. It's very high quality water. There was a time in September 2007 where we did have a little bit of elevated salts, and that was due mainly to sodium. So I'd just like to leave you with these conclusions. The current conditions in the Delta are the most sustainable. There's ample availability of high quality, low salt irrigation water. Salt-induced water stress and sodium toxicities are uncommon. They do occur, but they're very limited in extent, and they occur under some very specific circumstances. As a result, there's very little need for extra water for leaching. Our on-farm water use efficiency is very high. In fact, I'm of the opinion that Delta irrigators are some of the best that I know of. They have to deal with excess water, you know, from that. Well, they have to be concerned about the excess water in the subsoil, and so they manage their water in the topsoil very carefully. So, and as things stand right now, Delta Vineyards and Orchards produce high-quality fruit and wine for people in the U.S. and consumers beyond. And thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you today. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Grant, I have a follow-up question. The correction that you noted with the 700 ppm was changed to 1700 ppm. It occurs 2 times in the slide presentation, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Does it also occur in your written testimony that you submitted? Okay. And Madam Hearing Officer, we provided some correction sheets to substitute to correct those errors. Thank you. I'll turn to Dr. Leinfelder-Miles, if I could, please. Dr. Leinfelder-Miles, would you take a look at Exhibit II-12, please? In looking at Exhibit II-12, is this a true and correct statement of your qualifications?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Could you summarize your qualifications, please, for the hearing officers?
My name is Michelle Leinfelder-Miles. I'm the Delta Crops Resource Management Advisor with UC Cooperative Extension, based in San Joaquin County, but serving the 5-county Delta region. I've been in that position for almost 5 years. I have a BS in Crop Science and Management from UC Davis and an MS and PhD in Horticulture from Cornell University.
Thank you. Now, would you turn your attention to Exhibit II-13, please? And Dr. Leinfelder-Miles, is this a true and correct copy of the testimony you submitted to the board?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Now, you also have a list of several references that are associated with your testimony. Those include II-15 through II-22 and also II-41 and 42. Are those all true and correct copies of the reference material you reference in your testimony?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. And you have prepared a presentation for the board today?
Yes, I have.
Yes, please give that, please.
II-14. Okay, thank you for the opportunity to make a statement today. I'm going to be talking about the effects of water quality on soil salinity and leaching fractions in the Delta. Just a general background on salinity. Salt problems occur in agricultural systems around the world and in approximately a third of the irrigated land in the world. They predominate in arid climates, Mediterranean climates like what we have here in California. Salts exist in soil for reasons that are naturally occurring and also reasons that relate to management. Things like weathering of rock,
the transport of salts through irrigation water, amendments that we may put into the soil for fertilizer or organic matter, and then the presence of a shallow saline groundwater. Again, a little bit of background on salinity. At the top of the screen are some examples of different salts. The most familiar will be sodium chloride, NaCl. These consist, as Mr. Grant spoke about in his testimony, they consist of cations, which are positively charged ions, and anions, which are negatively charged negatively charged ions. When those ions, when those salts are in solution, they'll dissociate. So the negatives and the positives will dissociate, and that movement of those ions we can detect with an electrical current. So you'll notice that we distinguish salinity with electrical conductivity. That's the way that we measure salinity. And that's characterized by the abbreviation EC, and it's characterized by the abbreviation ECE, little e, when that's relating to the soil, or ECW when that's relating to the water. And then I made a notation of different units at the bottom of the slide because sometimes folks will use different notations. I'll primarily be using decisiemens per meter, which is equivalent to 1 millimole per centimeter, or 1,000 microsiemens per centimeter, which is sometimes what you see water quality notated as. Mr. Grant talked about the effects of salinity on plants, so I'll go through this pretty quickly, but the most predominant effect on plants is called osmotic stress, and that happens when the salts in the soil solution are higher than the solutes, the plant sugars that are in the plant roots. And what happens is the plant has to remobilize sugars into their plant roots in order to have water come into the plant roots. Otherwise, the plants are water stressed. So that movement of sugars and solutes from the top of the plant to the bottom of the plant requires energy, and therefore that energy is not put into plant growth. And oftentimes what we see with osmotic stress is not some specific symptom in the plants, but it's more of a generic stunting that a grower may or may not realize is salinity stress. Another effect is that specific ions like those Mr. Grant mentioned, boron, chloride, and sodium, will have specific toxicities on plants. So here pictured is a walnut tree. And just like that grape leaf that he showed, the margins of the leaf turn brown. Those are dead cells, and those will no longer photosynthesize. And if those cells aren't photosynthesizing, then it's not helping the plant grow. So therefore, you're limiting the plant growth and plant productivity when there's those specific ions that are being toxic to the plant. And then finally, the soil degradation that can happen under saline conditions. It impairs infiltration and drainage. So in this picture, you'll see there's some white crusting in the corner of that field. That's a characteristic of salts building up and not being able to be leached through the soil. There are other visual characteristics which I've named, but in the delta, I primarily see that white crusting. It can result in standing water and poor aeration in the soil. So if there was a crop present in that field, and if there was poor aeration of those plant roots, then of course those plants are not going to be growing as well. So I'd like to make a distinction between applied water salinity and soil salinity. Irrigation water carries salts, and when that water is applied to the soil, then those salts build up in the soil. And those salts accumulate at a higher level than what they were in the water that was originally applied. And the reason that is because water evaporates from the soil and it's transpired from the plants. That water leaves the system, but the salts stay behind in the soil. The salts may accumulate disproportionately in the soil profile, so they don't necessarily accumulate at the top. They may accumulate at levels that are deeper, and I'll have some data to show that. And then finally, crop salinity tolerances. We have numbers, and Mr. Grant presented some of those numbers for grapes. We have numbers for soil salinity and water salinity, which are related to the potential of crops to yield at a certain level. So ideally, we have crops produce at 100% yield potential. But if salinity reaches certain levels in the soil or the water, then we have a scale of how we think that the crops will yield, scaled back from 100%. I want to note that the irrigation water, the tolerance levels that we have for irrigation water relates to the irrigation water that is applied to the fields, not necessarily the irrigation or the water salinity that exists in waterways. It's specifically what's applied to the field. So now I'm going to go through a few slides where I'm showing data from research projects that I've conducted over the last few years. This first slide relates to a drip irrigation tomato field in the Delta. That tomato field was in its first year of drip irrigation in 2013. Prior to 2013, it was irrigated in different ways, flood or furrow irrigation. You'll see on the left side of those squares a little blue line or circle, oval. That indicates the buried drip line that was installed into the field, about 10 to 12 inches down. The left square, all those green and yellow marks, that indicates the soil salinity in that field at the start of the project in 2013 when that drip irrigation system was installed. And then the squares on the right-hand side, that's the fall of 2015, 3 years later, after 3 years of drip irrigation in that field. You'll notice that the salinity in the soil has changed quite dramatically from when it was furrow or flood irrigated to when it was drip irrigated for just 3 years. Drip irrigation is considered a best management practice for agriculture. In tomato fields, it's important because we're applying water very efficiently to the plant roots, but it's also been related to fruit quality and productivity. We don't want that fruit to plump up with a lot of water. We want it to have sugars so that it tastes good. And by using drip irrigation, we are helping to improve fruit quality as well as apply water very efficiently. But a consequence of that is that we may not be getting the level of leaching that we were getting with furrow and flood irrigated systems. So we see the salinity build up. The legend that I have below those two squares comes from a reference in the scientific literature based on the soil salinity tolerance of tomato. You'll see that 100% yield potential is 2.5 decisiemens per meter, the left side of that legend. And we would expect 0% yield with 13 decisiemens per meter. So in this case, we have average root zone salinity that is under that 2.5 decisiemens per meter, but we have in just 3 years moved our salinity in the wrong direction. I want to go through this slide quickly because I want to get right into the picture on the next slide, but the next experiment I'm going to talk about is a flood irrigated alfalfa experiment where I sampled soil in 7 different alfalfa fields in the South Delta. In those 7 fields, we had 4 out of the 7 were reaching soil salinity at 10 decisiemens per meter at as shallow as 3 feet. So this is a graph depicting one of those fields that illustrates that point. That same manual that I had the legend for in the processing tomato field also has salinity tolerances for alfalfa. We would expect 100% yield potential in alfalfa when salinity is at or below 2 decisiemens per meter. You'll see that in this field, we were barely at or below 2 decisiemens per meter in that top foot. Alfalfa roots have the ability to grow 2, 3, 4 feet, even deeper, depending on the age of the plant and the conditions in the soil. In this case, the soil conditions are not exactly what we would want them to be to get full yield potential of that alfalfa. The 5 different samplings that I did in the spring and the fall of 2013 and 14, and then the spring of 2015, you'll see that there's an increase in salinity from spring to fall in each of those years. You'll also see that there's some points that are standing on their own. Those represent the salinity and the depth of groundwater. It would appear to me that the salinity is not going below that 90 centimeter mark because we've got groundwater that's at about that level in the springtime. It's impeding the movement of salts below that level. So it's important to maintain good quality water because we have a restricting layer, that is the groundwater, that's preventing movement of salts much below that. Now I'd like to come to this last project that I've conducted more recently on Ryer Island in August of 2016. This was a one-time soil sampling, unlike the previous studies, which were over 3 years. Both of the soils that I sampled in are considered low permeability soils. They're silty, clayey, loamy type soils, which are described in my testimony. The pear orchard you'll see at the top right of the picture, I did a random sampling throughout that pear orchard, and for reasons relating to the irrigation system, namely that it's a sprinkler irrigated system, so we would assume that a fairly uniform application of water across the field. My samples were composited at the foot depth level. I'll show you a diagram of that, but basically I sampled randomly throughout the field. All of the samples collected from the top foot were composited, all of them from the second foot were composited, so on and so forth, down to the 5th foot. In the vineyard, I took 2 different grid samplings, and the reason I did that is because the vineyard is drip irrigated, so we would expect a wetting pattern much different than a sprinkler irrigated wetting pattern, which would be more uniform. So you'll see 2 marks on that, the vineyard down at the bottom left corner of the picture.
And Dr. Leinfelder-Miles, those two, that picture that you just showed, are those 2 parcels in any way related to the operations of Mr. Hester, Mr. Lang?
Yes, they are. The vineyard belongs to Mr. Lang, is farmed by Mr. Lang, and the pear orchard is farmed by Mr. Hester.
Thank you.
And I also want to point out that the vineyard samples, the 2 grids that I sampled, are relatively close to one another because I wanted to have different samplings just to see, but I wanted to be in the same soil series. So I didn't want to get too far apart in the vineyard and have drastically different soil characteristics, soil texture, or inherent properties to the soil. I wanted those inherent properties to be the same, but I wanted to have 2 different pictures so that I wasn't just looking at one thing, one snapshot. I go into the methods of how I sampled in the pear orchard on this slide and in my testimony. Again, I composited samples from the different foot layers. I sampled groundwater and ran electrical conductivity on those soils. And then my methods in the vineyard, the picture just illustrates how I sampled in a grid pattern, 30 centimeters, 60 centimeters, 90 centimeters, and 120 centimeters away from the vine row. You'll see the grid pattern in a future slide. But the reason I did that again is because you can see at the top of that picture, there's the drip irrigation line is above ground, hanging from the trellis of the grapevines. So that will drip down onto the ground, and then that water will move across the soil or down the soil, and the wetting pattern will be different, say at 30 centimeters than at 120 centimeters farther, about halfway between vine rows where there isn't a drip line. And this picture just illustrates how deep I went, again down to 150 centimeters or about 5 feet. This slide just describes my laboratory methods. We did all the testing for salinity in the UC Cooperative Extension Laboratory in San Joaquin County, making saturated pastes of those soils. This is a very typical method of how to conduct salinity. And then we take the extract from that soil by partial vacuum, and we test that extract, hence the ECE notation for electrical conductivity of soil. We take that with an electrical conductivity meter. So this slide illustrates the salinity that I saw in the pear orchard. The top foot had salinity of about 0.4 decisiemens per meter, and then down at 5 feet we looked at salinity that was approximately 1.1. Groundwater was below the sampling depth at about 165 centimeters and had salinity at approximately 0.4. When you average that root zone salinity, the average of all of those numbers from top to bottom is 0.74. And we use that average number of the root zone because that's what our crop tolerances are denoted as. We would expect yield declines in pear at about 2.5 decisiemens per meter for that average root zone. So in this case, we would not expect to see yield declines in this orchard at this time based on the conditions that we have. In the vineyard, I'm going to denote them as north and south. Really, it was just for my own keeping things straight. You'll see the grid pattern that I described earlier, and you'll see the legend below that grid pattern. Again, that comes from the same reference that we used, that Mr. Grant used and that I used to describe the processing tomatoes. We would expect to see yield declines when the average root zone salinity in a vineyard reaches 1.5. That 1.5 or lower, we would expect to get 100% yield potential, again, all else being equal and all else being in good condition. In this case, we see that the salts are getting built up around in that 60 to 90 centimeter depth, around 3 feet, and then they're moving out about 3 feet to 90 centimeters away from the vine. So the wetting front is moving salts to that depth and that width away from the vines. And when we look at the average root zone salinity, again, taking all of those numbers and averaging them and then comparing them to the legend at the bottom, there is the potential for salinity to be impacting yield in this vineyard. And then if we look at the south grid that I sampled, we see that, it's good to take more than one sample because things are variable in the field. We see that the average root zone salinity is higher in this place in the vineyard, and there's still definitely the potential for salinity to be impacting yield under these current conditions. Now I relate the salinity, the electrical conductivity to the saturation percentage. We find saturation percentage of soil in our procedure of making saturated pastes to conduct electrical conductivity. Saturation percentage correlates with soil texture. Soil texture is an inherent soil property. This isn't something that can be managed. It's something that's inherent to the soil that a grower has to deal with. Saturation percentage relates generally to the soil texture. In this case, a saturation percentage of approximately 65 to 135 would characterize a clay soil. So we see those sorts of percentages down at the depths below the highest salinity. That's, to me, telling me that the soil texture, the inherent properties of the soil, is inhibiting the salts from moving any lower in this soil profile. And we see the same sort of thing in the other grid pattern. So what is a grower to do? Well, the primary way that we manage salinity is with leaching. Leaching occurs whenever water is applied in excess of soil moisture depletion by evapotranspiration. That is, the water that's evaporated and transpired by plants. Leaching can occur whenever the rainy season is or whenever an irrigation event occurs, depending on if enough water is applied to leach. I go through some of the equations here and in my testimony on how we determine what the leaching fraction is, or the amount of water that passes below the root zone. And then in this slide I describe the leaching requirement. The leaching requirement differs from the leaching fraction in that the leaching fraction is the amount of water that passes below the root zone. The leaching requirement is the amount of leaching we need in order to maintain crop yields. And here's an example from alfalfa. Our established thresholds for water and soil are 1.3 for water and 2.0 for soil. We put those into that equation, and we have a leaching requirement for alfalfa of 15%. And then if we put that on a graph and we change the salinity of the water, because water salinity changes with time and location in the delta, we see that we could have anything from a 5% leaching requirement to a 25% leaching requirement if that water salinity varies from 0.5 decisiemens per meter to 2.0. Now we use 15% as a general rule of thumb in agriculture, but there are times when we may not be able to achieve a 15% leaching requirement. And that's because we have these shallow groundwater, saline groundwaters. We have low permeability soils like I've shown you in the previous graphs. So now if we go back to the Ryer Island case scenario, the base of the root zone in this case is where I have the red circle, and the reason that is because we know the salts aren't moving much below this. There's impediment to the salts moving below that. Those impediments would prevent roots from proliferating below that level also. So we look at what the average soil salinity was, or excuse me, the base of the root zone salinity. We put that into our equation. And in this case, I didn't have water salinity data, so I used California Data Exchange Center data and looked at the water salinity at Rio Vista between April 1st and August 10th. And I determined that the average seasonal water there was 0.1. Now again, I want to clarify like I did in a previous slide. This is not necessarily the irrigation water salinity that was applied to the vineyard or to the pear orchard. This is just the data that I had available to me, and it's the average of that data. So using that data, we find that we need a 2% leaching, we get a 2% leaching requirement using that data, and we achieved a leaching fraction of 2%. So in 2016, our leaching requirement and leaching fraction were met. They were equal. However, if we use the water salinity that was tested at Rio Vista, in 2015, it was higher in salinity. And we find, using those same equations, that the leaching requirement would have been 7%. So if we only had a leaching fraction of 2%, but we would have had a leaching requirement of 7%, then those vines would have been experiencing salinity higher than what we would hope for if we were looking to get 100% yield potential, which is what we'd be looking for. So if it's not possible to apply a 7% leaching fraction due to soil permeability, proximity to groundwater, other agronomic considerations, then the higher ECW of 2015 compared to 2016 would suggest detrimental effects on crop yields, increases in the salt load of the soil, or both. So to conclude, leaching is the primary means of managing salt. On Ryer Island, our data illustrate the inherent low permeability of certain delta soils, the buildup of salts in the soil to levels that have the potential to affect crop yields, and a low achieved leaching fraction. The delta's unique growing conditions put constraints on growers' abilities to manage salts by leaching and achieve a leaching fraction that meets the leaching requirement to sustain crop yields. And so salinity will continue to impact delta agriculture, especially under conditions of higher surface water salinity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Leinfelder from Miles. We have one more presentation. Madam Hearing Officer, Mr.
Before you proceed, though,
yes.
let me do a quick check-in.
Sure.
We've already, I think we put, what, 60 minutes on the clock?
Correct.
How much did we put on the clock that just ran out?
We've been following the NOI, and each witness has been within their time limits on the tracker sheet.
Okay. Well, let me ask, how much time do you anticipate needing for Mr. Ringelberg?
I think he's going to be about 20 minutes. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I'm checking the court reporter. Are you doing okay for another 20 minutes? All right. Why don't we go ahead and finish up, and then we'll take a short break before cross-examination begins.
Okay, thank you. So our last witness today, Mr. Eric Ringelberg. Mr. Ringelberg, if I could turn your attention to Exhibit II-23, please.
Mr. Van Zandt, let me again remind you, with respect to Mr. Ringelberg's testimony, we have struck in the new revised exhibits that he submitted, and his testimony today should be within the scope of the written testimony that he provided by the deadline.
Understand.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Ringelberg, showing you II-23. Is this a true and correct copy of your statement of qualifications?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Would you summarize your qualifications, please, for the board?
Sure. So essentially, academically, I became a microbiologist many years ago, and worked in both traditional agriculture as a food and dairy microbiologist, as well as an environmental microbiologist. Transitioned because of personal interest in large-scale ecosystem, human and environmental interactions into environmental science and education. And then as a result of those efforts, focused my academic direction to the interface of water and soils and became a riparian and wetland ecologist. And really for the last 20 years focused on riparian and wetland restoration. I think in terms of the relationship to water quality issues, I've participated in as a expert and as a planning commissioner in a variety of venues associated with drinking water quality, wildlife habitat, and specifically as associated with this, I ran a water quality lab with the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe and directed their operations for the management of water quality over Pyramid Lake. And as a part of the Truckee River Operations Agreement, I was one of the tribal representatives in that extended negotiation.
Thank you. I'm going to show you II-24, please. In II-24, is this a true and correct copy of the original testimony that you submitted?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now you also have some references that you have noted with your testimony, and they are listed as II-26 through, I believe it's II-36. Are those all true and correct copies of the reference material you reference in your testimony?
Yes, those are all the references, but do not include the original PowerPoint II-25.
Okay, thank you. And I believe Ms. Meserve has some additional documents she wants you to authenticate as well.
Thank you, Mr. Van Zandt. Just briefly, and I hope that we can make sure that Mr. Ringelberg gets to do his entire presentation. I just want to take a couple of minutes. I had given Mr. Baker a folder of the land exhibits that were assisted in preparation by BSK Associates. And those exhibits are Land 3. I don't think we need to take the time to look through all of them. I don't know if maybe he could just zoom in on the numbers. I'll read them off. Land 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 57, 58, 59, 60, and 61. We will become more familiar with these exhibits tomorrow. But for purposes of Mr. Ringelberg, have you reviewed these figures in advance of this hearing today?
I have. I was the Director for Natural Resources and Planning at BSK Associates, and I assisted in the direction and preparation of all of these figures with the exception of 59, 60, and 61. And in that capacity, those figures were done after I left the employee of BSK, but the base maps that those maps were founded on were the prior work products that we had created for the local agencies of the North Delta.
Ms. Meserve, will Mr. Ringelberg be available tomorrow as part of that panel to answer questions?
He was not noticed as a panelist for the physical injuries panel, so no. I mean, he is a witness for, and he was in the land notice. I mean, he's well noticed to appear on anything for purposes of organizing the testimony. We did not put him on that particular panel.
Ms. Morris? I would just renew the objection. I don't think Mr. Rinkelberg did not reference these exhibits in his testimony. He doesn't talk about them in his testimony. So having him authenticate documents that he's not even relying on is inappropriate.
Anyone else? All right, we will still take that under advisement. Please proceed, Ms. Meserve.
Thank you. In general, how were these maps created? Maybe we could just show up the land 3 as an example and zoom out so folks can see.
Sure. So these are standard consulting work product GIS maps. We use Esri GIS typically. This is I think 10.6 GIS package. We took an underlying base map, and the base maps all come standard with the GIS package. They're a composite of different aerial photos and geographic references. And for this particular figure, we used the DEIR's figure maps, projected those PDFs onto a scaled GIS figure. And there are some elements of here, in particular the red arrows that show the tunnels are not to scale, or they're shifted slightly for visibility purposes. But if you scroll down to the bottom of this figure, you can see in the lower left-hand corner the standard description of perfect, thank you. You can see it was prepared by Kevin Grove on the particular date, locations approximate, infrastructure to scale, but the tunnels expanded for illustration. And then if you look over to the right of the data sources for the underlying figures.
And you also assisted in preparing in working with BSK even after you were not an employee there with respect to Land 58. Can you explain that, please?
Sure. So the GIS staff don't have a strong geographic understanding of the local area, and I spent a considerable amount of time in the Delta, so I was able to work with staff to help them and some folks from the local community who had provided some of the data associated with the additional figures and coordinated those so that they all were as accurate spatially as possible.
Right. Hold on a minute here, Ms. Meserve. I expect I'm going to hear an objection from the department, but a question. I'm a bit confused now. This seems to be beyond the scope of this witness direct testimony.
We did not ask Mr. Rinkelberg to testify regarding these maps. I honestly didn't believe there would be any problem with them because they're based on all petitioners' own maps. And as I mentioned before, I've never heard any issue with them being inaccurate or misleading. Indeed, there's hundreds of maps within petitioners' testimony that there's nobody there to talk about how they were made. So I feel that this is going well beyond what should be required. But because the issues were raised and because I had Mr. Rinkelberg here today, I thought perhaps it would be helpful if folks could hear from him about, in general, how the maps were made.
And was there a reason why you selected to not include this in your rebuttal and make it your case in chief?
These maps are essential to our case in chief with respect to showing the relationship of the diversions in the Delta. Actually, if with respect to land 5, 6, and 7, those relate to protestants who are my clients, and these are the maps that show where their diversions are in relation to the tunnels. So we have Mr. Brad Lang sitting here today. The map that Mr. Van Sant referred to is land 6. So it pertains, in trying to organize the testimony into panels, it broke apart some things that could have been glommed all together, but, are now separated apart. So I would ask for your, understanding of what we're trying to do.
All right. Ms. Ainsley.
Yes, obviously, Julianne Ainsley for the Department of Water Resources. Obviously, we object because these figures have been modified if they were indeed based on originally petitioners' underlying materials, and certainly identification of some sort of impacts is a modification. We also note that the date, although I'm sorry, my eyes are very poor, seems to be 2/10/2016. which certainly would be far after, I believe, Mr. Ringelberg left BSK Associates. So in addition to the objections we've already raised, which I will not rehash, we do have an added objection of him trying to authenticate documents that he didn't prepare by a company after which he left. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Ringelberg, could you clarify how long you worked at BSK?
I worked for BSK for approximately 6 years, and it was, I believe, mid-June when I left, June 2016 that I left that firm.
Thank you, everyone. We will take all of that under advisement. Ms. Meserve?
All right.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay.
Turn it back to Mr. Ringelberg. You have an original PowerPoint presentation, I-25, the original. Would you give that to the board, please?
I have a question. The clock shows 8 minutes and 57 seconds. Is that correct?
I would ask for the hearing officer's lenience in allowing our, we've taken up some time with argument over things that really weren't the main
Yes,
point
let's
of
go
his
ahead and give him
testimony.
his 20 minutes, please.
Thank you.
Oh, let me check with the court reporter. How are you doing? Should we take a short break for you? Oh, let's do that then. Let's do that. Let's go ahead and take a short break, and we will resume at 4:05. All right, everyone, welcome back. Before we resume, I'm making an announcement regarding start time for tomorrow. We will be starting at 9:30 tomorrow instead of at 9. There's quite a bit for the hearing officers to discuss with the hearing team. So you get an extra half an hour tomorrow. All right, with that, Mr. Van Zandt, please continue. Microphone is not on.
There it is. Mr. Ringelberger, you have a presentation you're going to be giving to the panel?
I will.
Thank you.
So titled Northern Delta Salinity Responses, Project Implications on Flow and Salinity, the focus in the Northern Delta for this articulation was really fairly straightforward. There's relatively complex South and Central Delta salinity issues, which the board is well aware of, and the majority of the concern in terms of the big change in salinity is in the Northern Delta for the purposes of this conversation. So current conditions. These were actually my draft slides, and so I will switch to the subject material quickly here with the assistance of Mr. Baker. Mr. Baker, could you go to II-6, page 2? Great. Down at key findings here, so this is a work product of the Contra Costa Water District. This is the technical summary of their extensive technical review. I'll be talking briefly off that as well. So essentially at key findings, first bullet, the delta has become far more saline in the past 100 years because of human activity. Third bullet down, before freshwater diversions occurred in the 1940s, the delta and freshwater bay would freshen every winter, even during the extreme droughts of the 1930s. However, that pattern has changed. During recent droughts, the delta did not freshen. Without seasonal freshening, yes? Absolutely.
Hold on, Ms. Morris. Finish it, Mr. Ringelberg, and then we'll get to Ms. Morris.
Sure. Contaminants and toxins can accumulate in the system.
All right, Ms. Morris?
I'm sorry, I just want to verify, is this II-6, did you say?
That's correct.
Because I'm looking at, I'm sorry, but this is outside the scope of his testimony. If you look at his testimony on page 2, when he talks about the Contra Costa district studies, he's citing to exhibits II-26 and II-27. He doesn't cite to II-6, nor has it been authenticated.
Ms. Meserve or Mr. Van Zandt?
Mr. Grant has already authenticated this, and this is background information that is the basis for Mr. Ringelberg's testimony. So I think this is just background information. So.
Isn't it the same report? One is the report itself and one is the highlights.
That's correct. And II-11 and II-27 are both the same master report.
All right.
I would ask that we be allowed to submit our case in chief as petitioners were.
Hold on, people. Ms. Morris has the right to make her objection. Her objection is taken under advisement. Mr. Van Zandt, you may continue.
Thank you. So, Mr. Ringelberg, is the document that you're reading from is also part of II-27, is that right?
It is the technical summary for II-27, which is the same document as II-11.
And that's one of the, II-27 is one of the documents that you've authenticated as part of your testimony, correct?
That's correct. And in my comparison of the technical summary and the master document itself, the findings are simply just pulled out of the conclusions.
Okay. Thank you. You may continue.
Thank you. And then the final bullet. In terms of salinity, the delta is now in a state of drought in almost every autumn because of human activity, including water diversions. So next copy II-11 or 27, pages 14 and 15. That's it. So we understand from Contra Costa's analysis that the delta during certain seasons is in a state of permanent drought as a result of diversion activities. And how did they get there? They got there through a reconstruction of the historic salinity, as you would expect, with the same physical geography of the delta and the same environmental conditions of the delta, but not in the historic delta. So basically impaired versus unimpaired. So the interaction between saline ocean water from the Pacific Ocean and fresh water from the rivers flowing into delta determines the ambient salinity conditions in the delta and the bay.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Ringelberg. Mr. Mizell.
To make this as efficient as possible, I'd like to just assert a standing objection to authentication now at this time of any of the exhibits that we've previously objected to as either being orphaned or lacking foundation, and we'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Mizell, for that efficient objection. So noted and taken under advisement.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. At the bottom of the page, the data follows the expected inverse exponential relationship between flow and salinity. So unambiguously, San Francisco Bay reconstructed data shows that there is a strong connection between flow and salinity, as you would expect. There are some differences shown in the next page, so if you could move to the top of the following page. Right there. Perfect. Thank you. Reconstructed salinity increases as reconstructed unimpaired Sacramento River flow decreases. This agreement is strongest in dry years. So said in another way, that the relationship between salinity and flow is strongest in drought years. And dry years in their analysis was a broad span, not necessarily including DWR's classes. Moving further down, since 1969, observed salinity has exceeded reconstructed salinity in all years except for the extremely wet years of 1982 and 1983. So the current conditions are much saltier than expected from the historic data. If we could move to page 28 in the same document. Perfect. These are the conclusions from Contra Costa Water District's analysis as they relate to existing conditions. Long-term data demonstrate that the difference between historical NDO as net delta outflow and unimpaired NDO is increasing over time, indicating that water management actions have reduced delta outflow significantly. Further down, NDO has declined in all other months. Final bullet. On average, water management practices have resulted in reduced delta outflows in all months except September and October. The greatest reduction in delta outflow relative to unimpaired conditions occurs in the months March through June, when spring snowmelt is captured in reservoirs and some of the remaining river flows are diverted for direct use.
Did the court reporter get that?
Yes. I'll slow down.
Please slow down and try not to mumble.
So if we could go back to my presentation then. Perfect. Next slide. Oh, excuse me. Okay. So now we have the understanding of the historical salinity in this system and how does it function on a day-to-day basis. Well, we know from a practical sense, having heard from the prior testimony, that salt influences the plants in certain ways. It influences the yields as a result from those agricultural plants, and it influences the flavor quality of certain plants, specifically grapes. That salt builds up in those soils, as described earlier, and the special nature of delta drainage and the soils in context with that prior application of surface diverted water means that both the water quality, the EC of the surface water, and the salinity of the soils interact together. So when we talk about the EC of the diverted water, the electrical conductivity of that water doesn't necessarily cause a negative impact on the plants that it's being applied to. It's the combination of those local soils and that diverted water. And that's really important for the next couple parts of this presentation, that you can look at threshold levels of EC in the river water, but that and the combination of relatively poor drainage in these areas that are already, as we saw in Ms. Miles' presentation, right at the limits for certain species in certain areas on Ryer Island. And so how do we better understand the project's impacts on that? Well, the project is proposing to withdraw water, which I'll talk about later, but that withdrawal of the water has an influence on how the salt itself mobilizes through the system. So I'm going to describe just briefly here how that salt mobilizes in. So essentially, In the delta, there's a tug of war between the flow of the rivers and the hydraulic head of the rivers pushing into this delta, and the delta, which is dominated tidally by this massive tidal signal. I think you folks have heard this a million times. What happens, though, is that it goes from a river-based system when there's high flows to a much more lacustrine, a light lake-based system, a broad, flat, sea-level estuary system when those river levels are down. And that's the area that we're most concerned about. During high flows, the rivers dominate. That has a really strong effect pushing the salt water out of the system. The residence time, which you'll hear a lot about, the residence time declines, but that's a good thing for purposes of salt because that means that salt's getting pushed out. For our purposes, we're concerned about the times when those flows are low, when the rivers don't dominate that tidal signal. That tidal signal very rapidly builds that salt pulse up the system. And why Ryer Island is particularly important is because Ryer Island sits at the confluences of the most broad channels in the Sacramento River system and abuts directly into Ryer Island. And so that's the area of focus for this part of the delta, is because it is more closely aligned with some of the hydraulic flows that we see more in the western delta. In droughts, the tidal signal from the Sacramento River declines and that tidal influence comes up. So I'll try to explain how that works fairly rapidly here. If you could. Okay. So we've talked a lot about salt. I'm going to keep going on that. Project operations mirror the drought. And so let's talk about what that means. So if you could go to, let's see if I can, my testimony, which would be 1124. And if you could go to the very last page of last series of pages of 1124. Okay. Up.
For the record, I think it's II-24.
Oh, sure. Yes. Fair enough. Islands Incorporated. Please go up. Thank you, right there. So in my written testimony, I identify the conditions that the project has described that are the bounding limitations on project operations at the North Delta, and they have cited extensively to the purposes of D1641 as a way of limiting salinity. But what I took a look at, and this is synthetic data that I created from a basically randomized plot, which shows why D1641, just in a nutshell, is not reflective. It's an average, and it's a 14-day running average. So it's a very powerful tool of dampening noise, which is very useful in some circumstances. But in this case, the noise being dampened is actually the salinity pulse coming up from the bay to Ryer Island. And so I wanted to give just a brief illustration of how D1641, with the rolling average being used, actually allows salinity pulses well up to 5,000 microsiemens, or please, can we go to the second one? The next further slide. And so 5,000 was chosen for a reason. 5,000 was chosen is because in the period of record here, and it's very difficult to read, which is why I expanded the slide in my other slides so you could actually see the dates. But the salinity in the system during the last 3 years of droughts spikes, and it spikes as you would expect, late summer and fall after following a wet year, and then the second year it spiked spring through fall into winter, and in the third year you can see the amplitude is increased and is significantly worse in the third year. And so as a scientist, these spikes are the things that are influencing the ability of the growers to take water onto their land. You can't see the EC by looking at the water being diverted onto your land. You have no idea that this is actually happening. And these are real data from that system, the closest USGS station from Rio Vista. And so this actually tells quite a few stories all at once. One, it shows the sort of alternating pattern of tides at the finest scale. It shows the monthly pattern of the larger tides. And it shows in the portions where the blue band is the thinnest, it shows that's the freshwater outflow that's actually dampening that salinity from reaching Rio Vista. So this really, in a nutshell, tells the full story of this. This is why droughts are bad, because you can see that the salinity not only gets bad for certain periods and spikes high, but then that area under the curve, that area under the spike, that's the salinity where the operator doesn't have a chance to operate any other way. They're drawing water in that big blue zone the entire growing season. And so this is the important part of the story as it relates to Ryer Island. But it also tells you the story about outflow. If you could go to the next slide, slow her down. This is outflow at the same station, and outflow is obviously the opposite of this in this context, because as your outflow increases, it pushes that salinity back out. So it's a really simple relationship here. We're not talking about rocket science. We're talking about a large amount of water coming down the Sacramento River, pushing the saltier water out of the bay. And the longer the period is that we don't have that freshwater outflow, then that salt water migrates monotonically up that river system every tide. And it ends up spiking and influencing the ability of the Ryer Island withdrawals from being able to put fresh water on their crops. And so there's another way of looking at exactly the same data, actually a slightly more sophisticated way for the purposes of looking at where the water is coming from. So DWR does an excellent job of this at Old River because it affects the projects. And so I just want to give you a little snapshot, a way of understanding what the influences of this change of point of diversion would be to do this at Rio Vista, or to complete the same analysis at other areas within the Delta, so that you could see through project operations what the difference in contribution of the water is. And the reason why this is so important is if look at the lightest blue, that's the Sacramento River influence. That's Sacramento River water all the way down at Old River. And when you divert the water in the North Delta, you've lost that ability to freshen up all that water through the entire Delta that's now currently freshening up the water at Rock Slough. That big blue prism, which represents approximately 90% of the total source of the water in this particular image, that's Sacramento River water. When you pull that water out of the system by diverting it to the north, the contribution of the Sac River drops dramatically, and that's important for the next slide, which is the salinity fingerprint. When you pull the Sacramento River water out of the system, which in this case is the same light blue, or you have the tidal influences, which is the Martinez EC, which is that now kind of brighter teal color, you can see that the dots at the top, which are salinity, skyrocket. So every time you have that increased contribution of EC from the Bay Delta coming up the bay, that has a massive increase in salinity, as you can imagine. So the dotted blue line is the overall change in salinity just by the variation of adding additional intrusion with less outflow. And so that tells the story right there. The less outflow you have, the more salinity comes in from the oceans and skyrockets your continuous salinity. For us to understand the project impacts on us, we have to have these sort of data calculated for our area to be able to truly understand what the impacts of the projects are going to be. And it has impacts beyond salinity with other things like dissolved organic carbon. Okay. Can you go back up to the top of the presentation? 4 slides in, please. Or keep going.
Mr. Ringelberg, you want to go back to II-25? Is that?
No, we're in the right spot. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Keep going. Okay, perfect. If you can leave it there for a second. So I've run out of time here. It's not quite as coherent as I would like it to have been, but specifically, we've seen that in The current conditions, which the last 3 years by any reckoning has been a drought in this system, that the flows of the Sacramento River have been declined to the point where we have very high levels of salinity over very long periods of time at Rio Vista. And the project operations and the project operational slides that I had provided are unfortunately unavailable because of the legal question. But the project operations essentially keep the flows within that exact same window. So the downstream release of water, as described by the project at Freeport, using the Freeport operational criteria, stair steps that you folks have seen several times already, identifies that the project will, in late summer and early fall, in essentially all water years except for the extreme dry years, will be essentially the equivalent as what we've seen in the last 3 years of the drought in terms of overall flows from the Sacramento River system. That has significant impacts on Ryer Island and its operations as a result of the salinity that's been allowed to draw up within the system. And it has significant impacts within the central and south delta as well, because that system is currently being freshened by those flows that are being carried through Georgiana and the Delta Cross Channel. And I think that summarizes my points.
And Madam Hearing Officer, we originally asked for 30 minutes for this witness, and I don't know if Mr. Ringelberg still has some expansion on the points that he's already made that he'd like to go back to, but we would, if we could, have maybe give him a few extra minutes.
Do you have anything additional? That is within the scope of your originally submitted testimony.
I certainly do. If we could go to II-29, page 2. All right, thank you for your indulgence, Madam. Okay, right at the very bottom of this figure, you can see this is a report that was provided by ICF, which was the consultant for the project for the Delta Science Board, I believe. And right here is where they took a look at selected flows. And you can see an extremely dry year of 1924. So because of the way...
What are you looking at?
Oh, I'm sorry.
What am I looking at?
Sure. Excuse me. The very last bullet cites the following year. And so on the following page, there'll be additional bullets, but we're starting with the critically dry year, 1924. And the way the model works is you have to kind of pre-select the year classes that you're looking at. So they picked a subject year in 1924. And the mean Freeport flow in 1924, for the purposes of the analysis in the model, was 9,345 CFS. So if we go down to the following page.
If you would, Mr. Ringelberg, could you identify for the record the document that you're referring to, which is II-29,
right.
I believe?
So this is the scientific panel request from the Delta Science Board of the California Waterfix. This is one of the peer reviews that the Delta Science Board team did on specific subject matter areas. And it was prepared by ICF consultants.
And it's dated April 18th, 2016?
It was dated April 18th, 2016. It was my original submission. May I proceed?
Yes.
Okay, great. The dry years then, the dry year 1989, the mean Freeport flow was 16,000. So if you go to the following page. And stop right there, please. Okay. Actually, for purposes of time, let's go to the following one. Just a little bit further down. Perfect. Okay, perfect. Okay, so what I wanted to show you with this particular graphic is that this is a response from the consulting team that developed the environmental document, but also it shows you the operational rules and essentially real sequences without actually having the true final operational rules the project says are in development and will be developed dynamically. These are the rules that they're essentially bound by for bypass flows. And if you look at the flows here, which if you look at the bypass flow, which is the very lightest blue line under that, it's very difficult to read, which is why in our figures we normally try to expand it artificially so you can actually see where the lines are. But you can see that the lines for the early part of the year outflow basically doesn't get over 20,000, and then we have some outflow up until June, and then it plummets again to below 20,000, and then through July it doesn't get over 20,000 until a little spike here in September, and actually as it falls off the map it actually gets much lower. And so what the project operations have described is that they will be mimicking the flow conditions that are identical to the mean Freeport flow of essentially 9,000 during the critical dry year in 24 and the mean flow of 16,000 in a dry year. So the system will essentially be operating below average years through most of the time periods available to it for operations. And I think that was actually the last one that I wanted to add given the time that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ringelberg. Two other little housekeeping things, if I could, Madam Hearing Officer. Mr. Hester, would you take a look at II 40 errata? And is that a true and correct copy of the testimony you submitted for this hearing?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And Mr. Lang, would you take a look at II 43, please? And is that a true and correct copy of the testimony that you submitted to this hearing?
Yes, it is.
Madam Hearing Officer, that concludes this panel testimony.
Thank you. Let me get a clarification from the department. Mr. Mizell, you did not mention Mr. Hester's revised testimony in your objection. Am I to assume that that is not, that you do not believe this revised testimony includes the new surprise date to which your objection?
As far as I understand, Mr. Hester's revisions add in his original testimony, he had blanks instead of where his exhibits, reference exhibits would be, so it'd say like exhibit blank. And he went through and he added in, I believe, 3, Ms. Meserve can remind us, I think he added in 3 references that had been previously blanks. 3 of those are 3 of the exhibits I did note that nobody had referred to in any testimony. So I think she notes it in her responses, but I'm happy to also provide that. Okay, thank you.
No, that is fine. Thank you. Given the lateness of the hour, I think what I would like to do is not begin the department's cross-examination until tomorrow. Let me take a moment right now and remind Mr. Brodsky, Mr. Jackson, and other representatives that they should be prepared to come tomorrow to discuss scheduling of cases in chief for the week of November 17th and 18th, the week before Thanksgiving. And we will resume at 9:30 tomorrow. And actually, before we do, let me see if I can, one of the things that I expect we will be discussing tomorrow morning is this surprise direct that Ms. Meserve conducted with Mr. Ringelberg in order to authenticate some documents. I believe that that was an objection that was filed, at least by Ms. Morris. I don't know if the department wanted to join in on that, but I'll give you the opportunity, both of you, both the department and Ms. Morris, as well as Ms. Meserve, to, in the very short time that we have, if you would like, provide any additional arguments or responses for our consideration as we deliberate on this in the morning before we reconvene at 9:30. I'll start with the department and Ms. Meserve, and then I will provide the opportunities for others to weigh in.
I believe that the board's heard the concerns we have, and I don't have anything to add at this point.
Okay.
One other point for the board's consideration, the documents that were cited from the Contra Costa Water District, those documents were withdrawn by Contra Costa when they submitted their letter to the Water Board related to the settlement. So those documents have no authentication, they're not in the record, they're not part of the proceeding, we don't know who drafted them, et cetera. So we have objections as to those documents.
Excuse me, but we submitted them. Are you saying they're not true and correct copies? I mean, I think that this is becoming a little bit of a zoo. We haven't altered anything. These are documents which are in the public domain. We're trying to use them to present our case in chief, and it appears that DWR and others don't want us to be able to use these true and correct copies to tell our story.
Hold on, Ms. Meserve. And by the way, I take exception to your commentary of my conduct of this hearing as a zoo.
I'm sorry, it was not referred to you.
Mr. Herrick. Oh, okay.
I would just point out, we don't know that they're true and correct copies. That's my point. Contra Costa did not authenticate these documents and withdrew them. So there's a presumption that they're true and correct because they're labeled as Contra Costa documents, but there's no underlying authentication of these documents. So we don't know what Contra Costa would have said about these documents.
All right, so noted.
May I be heard?
Mr. Van Zandt.
We have an expert witness. An expert witness can rely on other documents that he comes across in his research. There's no reason to question that these documents were not originally produced by Contra Costa County. They were, and he's authenticated that he looked at those, and they are basically self-authenticating, and an expert can rely on those documents. So you can't object to a document that an expert relies on because it's forming part of his opinion. And he technically didn't even have to authenticate the document, but the reality is it is out there, it's in the public domain. We could ask you to take administrative notice of this document because it exists and it appears to be self-authenticating. Thank you.
All right, enough. Any final response, Mr. Berliner?
I'll note Kevin O'Brien's objections to documents and opinions based on opinions and just invoke that here. I completely disagree with Mr. Van Zandt's interpretation of the law regarding a document that an expert relies on.
All right. Ms. Desjardins.
I just wanted to note, I also rely on documents that are published by public agencies that are in the public domain. It is just common practice. Not everybody has the $4.4 billion budget of DWR to do all their own original research.
Enough of the commentary. Thank you. It's noted. I did ask for comments and responses on that. All right. We're closing the door on that. Mr. Herrick.
Thank you, John Herrick for South Delta Parties again. As a clarification, I've been in email with Dean Reese, co-counsel. He said that he understood that the previous order said that DWR would provide their specific objections as to why the stricken testimony wasn't enough by October 28th. So he said, since that wasn't done by DWR, he doesn't know, the specifics to argue tomorrow morning.
They did provide something. That's the document to which I was referencing this morning.
And October 28th, by October 28th? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just relaying the email he said to me, so we'll go dig that up and address that.
Tell him to check the website. I believe it has been posted. It was a relatively short document, hence my further delving into the specifics earlier this morning.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Okay.
Madam Hearing Officer?
Ms. Meserve.
I'm very sorry. We did receive objections, from DWR and others. I-29, I believe, was not among them.
as well. I would have to sort through and do another table to sort all this out. I don't think that includes II-29. Anyway, so we'll need to sort it out. I would just ask that we be allowed to do that at the back end of these proceedings.
All right. Ms. Morris?
I apologize, but for the record, II-29 was the ICF memo, and I think we were talking about the Contra Costa reports or studies, which were marked as II-27 and 28. So I just want it to be clear what we're talking about so there isn't confusion.
So there is no objection to II-29. There are objections to II-27 and 28.
There actually aren't.
There is no objection to II-27.
We're making objections based on the testimony, and then in addition, he referenced separate I cannot recall the Contra Costa 6 and something else.
You're referring to his direct testimony,
Yes.
which was just conducted.
Thank you.
All right. And as we conclude today, I will again remind the groups whose number I don't remember now, that we are trying to project ahead to cases in chief for November 17th and 18th, and cases in chief for the week after Thanksgiving. So I, again, will expect that parties who are up in the order according to the table be, one, either prepared to present their case in chief, or two, have coordinated with another party to take their place in the order of proceedings. So we will discuss all of that tomorrow. After all, I did twist Ms. Meserve's arm, and she did get her witnesses here in the order which was required of her, and it's only fair that other parties be treated in the same way. Ms. Meserve?
Thank you. Just for clarification for my panel tomorrow, the physical injury panel, is there a time I could tell them that they need to be here by in order that they might not have to wait around too much?
That's fair enough. I believe the department had estimated 2 hours for your cross-examination of this panel, and Ms. Morris had indicated 30 minutes. San Luis Delta Mendota has indicated 30 minutes, and Mr. Herrick has indicated 30 minutes. So I think it's safe for your panel 2 to be prepared to come in around 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
And in the miraculous event that we finish with this panel early, I think there's plenty of things for us to discuss. So we all plan on proceeding in that manner. Okay? All right, thank you, everyone. We'll see you at 9:30.